Start making your way back into the room for dinner. If your voting delegates is not here, please contact them, let them know we are getting started. Please have your voting delegates join the room. Welcome back. Please take your seats. Please contact your voting delegates. Let them know that we are getting started again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome back. Please take your seats. Welcome back. Please take your seats. If your voting delegate is not here, please contact them. Let them know we're getting started again.
Hello, everybody. Can I have your attention for just a quick second? It'll only be a second. 1 second, please. Thank you very much. All right. If you are missing a paddle that you left on your table pre-5:30, check around with your delegation first. And then if you do not have a paddle, please come talk to us, okay? Thank you very much.
All right, welcome back. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. We did go into recess. Thank you. I asked the General Assembly for some silence. We are still in elections, and we have a number of resolutions and elections to go to. Thank you. We are still in secretary elections. When we went into recess, we just got to our 4 limit that was set by the chair, so me. At this point, we can move into executive session by a motion for the secretary race, or another motion if somebody would like to do one. All right. Do I have a motion? What's the motion? There's a motion by 68 to go into executive session. Do we have a second? There's a second by 15. All those in favor to move us into executive session, please say aye. All those opposed to move us into executive session, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. We will be going into a placard vote on the motion to move into executive session for the secretary race deliberations. All right. I'm going to ask the General Assembly for some silence. Thank you for your patience as we worked on some logistics of making sure the doors are closed and just other dinner logistics. So we left off at a voice vote of going into executive session. As chair, I am unsure of the conclusion of that voice vote of moving into executive session for deliberation on the secretary race. So at this time, I will be asking for a placard voting for moving into executive session on the secretary race. So all those in favor of moving into executive session for deliberations on the secretary race, please raise your placards high and wait for a Rules Committee member to come and point at you. I will request please keep conversations to a minimal. It will be harder for rules to identify voters. Thank you. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Please be mindful. The goal here is to work collaboratively to make sure that we get done with the agenda, get to the resolutions authors worked so hard on. All those opposing to move into executive session for deliberations on the secretary race, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. We are still in elections. All those abstaining on the motion to move into executive session for deliberation on the secretary race, please raise your placards high. System, do we have any virtual? In a vote to 53-16-1, the motion passes and we will be going into executive session. stream going on and the candidates to return. Thank you. Thank you, candidates. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. The Secretary-elect for 2026-2027 is Dakota Richter. All right. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. We will be moving on with our agenda. Next in our agenda are Executive Board reports. I have requested the e-board members to keep their reports short, but still to cover onto everything that they've done so they can report back to you guys as they promised last fall. That said, we will be going into e-board reports, starting with President Wallace. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. President Wallace, you have the floor.
All right. Yeah. Good evening, everybody. I'm excited to share our spring report, our president's update. So I'm going to begin with the recap of the state advocacy that we've done this year. One of my priorities going into this role was certainly focusing on state advocacy and bringing the causes that you care about to the state legislature and to the state budget. Sure. And so I'll walk you through sort of step by step the way that we've approached state advocacy this year, where we started and where we stand now. So we started with the governor's State of the State, where she came and she unveiled a number of her priorities that range a wide range of topics, many of which do touch on public higher education. One really exciting thing that Governor Hochul highlighted in her State of the State was upholding the resident undergraduate tuition freeze. This has been in place for a few years, but SUNY SA continues to advocate every single year to keep this in place, and it was this year as well. She also committed to expanding the successful SUNY Reconnect program to additional high-demand fields. She really excitedly committed to creating emergency aid funds at all SUNY campuses. Some of our SUNY campuses already have emergency aid grant programs that can help fill students' financial needs when they face emergencies or financial strain. And this will allow for additional funding to flow directly from the state into these programs, and to also offer a more streamlined process that is the same across different campuses in the system. That's just some of the things that she proposed in her State of the State. And then shortly following the State of the State came out the governor's executive budget, where she proposed a lot of really exciting things for SUNY. That includes $174 million in new state support for our four-year campuses, $8 million in ACE and ASAP funding, and of course, a significant amount of money to establish those emergency aid grant programs. She also committed the money to expand the SUNY Reconnect program, upheld the 100% community college funding floor, and committed a significant number in the hundreds of millions to critical maintenance and capital for community colleges. So we were really excited to see what the governor committed in the executive budget. At the same time, we recognize that this isn't enough for SUNY students, and while we're incredibly grateful to Governor Hochul and her continued investment year after year, we need to see more. And so we took to the Capitol and we advocated with our legislators week after week after the governor released her budget proposal ahead of the state legislature's budget proposals. And what we did was we, of course, had our successful advocacy day. I saw many of you there. That was really exciting. We met with over 90 legislators. We had many students. And it was exciting to have all you there speak directly to legislators about the issues you care about. I provided testimony for budget hearings, and I engaged frequently with legislators at meetings and events. So you can see some photos here from our advocacy day. Many of you were in attendance. I'm grateful to all the students and the elected officials that came to support our cause. Now, following all of that, each house of the legislature proposes their version of the budget. And what we saw there was really exciting for SUNY students. So each house has a different proposal, but we saw a $17.5 million increase to EOP being proposed alongside restorations to cuts that were made in the executive. We restored the $1 million for mental health services. It provides $3 million for SUNY's higher education and prison program. And I think one of the things that I'm most passionate about, and I've heard most from students in this room, is the need for increased capital and facilities funding. That includes critical maintenance, research capital, and a multi-year capital plan proposed in those one-house budgets. Now, we continue to advocate on the enacted budget. The enacted budget is due April 1st, but it is late as it is many years. So the governor, alongside legislative leaders, are negotiating right now, and we've continued to keep up the pressure to make sure that all of them are hearing our voices as these final days of budget negotiations wrap up. We've had a focus on continuing to speak with legislators, generate earned media, and of course, myself and some of our shared governance partners released a joint letter to the governor and legislative leaders outlining all of our priorities, many of which incorporate the asks that all of you in this room have proposed. And so you can see we recently held a press conference and a rally at Stony Brook University with students, faculty, and staff, sort of a big tent thing to advocate for increased capital funding And I was really excited to be joined by some of our state legislators there and to receive media coverage of that event, because it's so important that the idea that we need more capital funding and that the student voice is asking for this is in the face of legislators on the day-to-day, and that's what this sort of thing accomplishes. This here is a copy of the joint letter that I released with Trustees Vason and Simon. And again, it's 6 pages long. This is only the cover page, but it incorporates many, many, many of our asks across the board. And the idea here, again, is to make sure that all of these leaders are seeing the things we are demanding. So before I wrap up that, I'm just saying in the coming days, we'll see a final budget. I expect to see a lot of the things that I've been asking for, that you all have been asking for, included in there, and that is really exciting. It makes a real impact on the everyday lives of students. Next, I'd like to talk a little bit about federal advocacy. Recently, the president released the proposed federal budget for fiscal year 27, and this is maybe where some of the bad news begins. The proposed federal budget eliminates funding for our TRIO programs. It includes significant, over $1 billion in reductions to work-study programs, and there's real concerns about funding our Pell Grant. Right now, in the proposed budget, there is a Pell shortfall, and that is being filled by discretionary spending, which is not a sustainable solution. The work-study program, the TRIO programs, of course, the Pell Grant, are programs that help students across our country, certainly in New York State, certainly our SUNY students. Without it, so many of us wouldn't be able to access higher education, and to see it on the chopping block is incredibly concerning. We do see other ongoing federal concerns not directly related to the budget. The immigration actions happening across the country are incredibly concerning. We've seen students have their visas revoked. We've seen our students being taken by ICE. These are real concerns that we have every single day. We're also incredibly concerned by the federal loan caps that we've seen instituted by the administration. We need to make sure that these federal loans are available for students pursuing professional degrees without unreasonable caps that aren't going to cover the cost of higher education. And of course, we continue to be concerned year after year, no matter the administration, about the shortcomings of our current federal financial aid system, including the Pell Grant, which has been stagnant for way too long, and we do hope to see doubled. Now, what are we doing to address this? On immigration actions, we look to our partners at SUNY and in the state to try to provide support wherever possible. We're making it clear that students need support in these situations. SUNY provides support for students who are affected by immigration actions through the Secretary of State's Office of New Americans. So, yeah.
I asked the General Assembly for some silence. E-Board is making reports, particularly the left side of the room. I ask for some silence. Thank you.
And so every day we continue to make it known that we need more sustainable solutions coming from the state level to support our students facing these immigration actions. With federal loan caps, we're also looking to see ways that the state can fill in the gaps here and address this issue. It's a massive issue that's going to affect many students, and the price tag is very significant. But we need to make sure that those gaps are filled whenever possible, and we're looking to the state for that. But really, this comes down to the federal government, and both what's on this slide here and the budget issues that are on the last slide before are very emerging issues, and we're going to make sure to make our voices known as SUNY Student Assembly in these last few months as we just begin this sort of federal budget process and wrap up our terms here. I'd also like to briefly talk about the student activity fee, a resolution that we passed at the last conference. I think you're all familiar, but right now there is a cap in the Board of Trustees guidelines on the maximum fee that can be voted on by students and implemented across our campuses, specifically for our state-operated campuses. We have continued advocacy. I know at our last conference we passed a resolution that advocated to increase that cap in line with inflation, and that is incredibly effective advocacy that we're doing, and that advocacy has not stopped from all of you, neither from us. I've heard from many of you consistently on this issue still. Month after month, I hear from students who are concerned about that, and every single email and every single outreach is helpful because these are items that we collect and keep and can pass along as a package as the time nears. What I can tell you is that as we near June 1st, the SUNY Board of Trustees considers the student fees yearly at that meeting. So my successor will be in place at that point, but I hope that we can see that addressed at that point. In the meantime, we appreciate your continued advocacy on this issue. If you at your home campus are at or very near the cap and you're interested in passing a resolution similar to the one that we passed, please do so. It is an incredibly effective thing that our shared governance partners do, and I hope that I can see some of us do that as well, and I'm always happy to help with that at your own campuses. So again, I look forward to working with my successor on discussing this issue and helping them move forward to make this a reality. Of course, as a reminder, this is the resolution that we had passed. Just some other events that I've attended in the recent months. There's too many to fit on one slide, and I want to be respectful of everyone's time, but I do want to highlight the Higher Education Services Corporations held their first annual College Access Conference. It brought together financial aid leaders from across the state into one room here in Albany, and we were able to have real discussions about financial aid, how to improve it, and how it affects students on the day-to-day. What's so incredibly important about this is at a time where our federal administration doesn't seem to see the value in not just public higher education, but supporting our financial needs when it comes to public higher education, we're looking to the state to fill the gaps and making sure that our state financial aid leadership is in the same room communicating and having these discussions is more important than ever. So I'm incredibly grateful to the Higher Education Services Corporation and to Governor Hochul, who had a big hand in putting this together, for making this happen, and I hope to see the tradition continue. I also got to attend the Norman McConney EOP Awards, where I got to meet countless members of the student body receiving honors, being in the EOP program, and excelling. And the stories I heard in that room were perhaps the most powerful I've heard all year. Our EOP students are some of the brightest, they're some of the most inspiring students that I've met. And to see so many of the top-tier EOP students in one room together and hear their stories, the things they've overcome, the challenges they've faced, and how they met them with resilience, dedication, perseverance, it really, I can't say it enough, it's incredibly inspiring. And that's why it's so important that our state leaders continue to invest in the EOP program. I'm incredibly grateful to our legislative leaders, especially for recognizing the importance of that program and upholding that funding. And as we look towards an enacted budget, I hope to see that continue. For Martin Luther King Day, I was grateful to join the Empire State Service Corps on their service project. The Empire State Service Corps is another fantastic program, a relatively newer one, but one that is doing some really fantastic work. And for that, I'm grateful to Governor Hochul for her investments in that program. And it was great to meet so many of our students, both there and while I was at SOMOS during service projects. Our students who participate in the Empire State Service Corps program, I know have had a fantastic time. I've had many of them come up to me to sort of express their appreciation in the program and the opportunities it's provided to them. But I also realize the opportunities it's providing to the communities that they're supporting, especially in light of crises. For example, when SNAP issues hit our students and our communities and affected them very deeply. I've also been able to join our state legislative leaders, Speaker Hasty, Leader Stuart Cousins, and discuss with them the priorities of the Student Assembly, bring your voice directly to them, and that has been an honor as well. So, looking ahead, I've been incredibly honored to serve this body and to serve the 1.7 million students across our 64 campuses and affiliated learning sites. This job is one that I never imagined I would be able to hold when I started at Stony Brook 4 years ago, and to be able to start at Stony Brook as a student, not really knowing where I was going in life, and to find student government at Stony Brook, to be given opportunities by my peers, my upperclassmen, faculty, staff administrators, and to be able to come here eventually to SUNY SA and rise up to this position has been an incredible honor. And I look out at this audience and I see so many leaders who are incredibly passionate about the issues that face them and most importantly, their peers. I've heard it a few times from people over the last couple of days through the elections. At other times, people coming up to me directly talking about how this work isn't just about ourselves, it's about the student bodies that we're serving. And I think all of us in this room have our own stories. And I'm immensely proud that all of you could come here today to share those direct experiences. I also recognize that there are so many students across our system who have similar stories, who have similar experiences, who aren't able to come to things like this for one reason or another and express their voice. And as I've gone to campuses for various reasons throughout the year, my biggest honor has been to speak to students on the day-to-day, to be in a dining hall at Westchester Community College, to just be walking down the road at SUNY Adirondack and to meet a student who maybe they're involved in student government, but maybe they're not. Maybe they're just there eating their lunch, walking around campus, getting to their class. Those students have incredibly powerful stories too, and I have been able to learn so much from them. And so my biggest lesson through all of this, though there have certainly been many, is to make sure that when you're a leader, you're communicating and talking to as many people as possible and hearing what everybody has to say. I've been thinking about that a lot the past few days, thinking about all the people I've met. And so I offer that to the next generation of SUNY student leaders that are in the audience. I think SUNY Student Assembly is in good hands with the upcoming administration. I look forward to a transition. And I have to wrap up with a number of thank yous. Of course, first and foremost, to everybody in this room for their continued support of SUNY students across the entire state. I'd also, of course, like to thank everybody on my executive board, my cabinet, and every single one of our representatives who have done an incredible job this year keeping me informed about the issues happening on our caucuses and making sure that you guys are aware of the things that we're doing through our conferences and such. I'm also incredibly grateful for those at SUNY System Administration who have helped us facilitate these conferences, events, and other conversations. And I'm, of course, grateful to Governor Hochul and the legislature for continuing to invest in SUNY students. I've been really also heartened to go across our state and speak with leaders, whether they're legislative leaders, maybe they work in an agency, adults who have some hand in our lives and our experience as students. And every single one of them that I've met has taken the SUNY Student Assembly seriously. And they've heard our concerns. And I think a lot of us in this room might forget how much power we really do have as long as we wield it properly and effectively. And I know that all of you in this room will do that. I know that our next generation, our next executive board will do that. And I look forward to that. And I thank all of them for being willing to step up and serve. So in order to keep it brief, I'm going to leave it there. I really, again, appreciate all of your time, and sorry that I rambled for so long. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, President Wallace. Before we move on to Vice President Coker, just want to take a quick moment to give a round of applause to our hotel staff who has been helping us with dinner. Vice President Coker, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for being here today. It's so great to have everyone in person finally after emailing you guys for so many months about this. I apologize for emailing you so many times. I apologize for spamming your inboxes fairly frequently. But, you know, it's all worth it for being here all together. I'm going to wait just a second for my slides to get pulled up here. Right. Yes, the Desmond is fantastic. Can we get another round of applause for being here tonight? Amazing. There I am. I do want to shout out really quick, SUNY System AV in the back, Cameron, has been fantastic this entire weekend. He's running a solo show and doing it flawlessly. And SUNY System as well has been helping us run elections and everything else in the meantime. Could I also get a round of applause for System? All right, and with that, hi everyone. My name is Sophie. I am the vice president here. Per the bylaws, so you just get a little picture of what I do on a day-to-day basis. Per the bylaws, I organize a calendar for EC and General Assembly meetings. This was made, I don't even know, July or August of last year with President Rawless and former Chief of Staff Millington. Long time ago, so all of these events have been long time coming. I also oversee representative training following their elections. So I sit down with our representatives, I organize and oversee them, and I do, before I go any further, I do want to highlight all of my representatives. They are so fantastic, and if any of them are in the room right now, could they please stand for a round of applause, because truly they put in the time and the effort here. Triana, yep, thank you. Truly amazing folks. I'm so incredibly lucky to work on a fantastic and dedicated team. I'm also I do a mishmash of things otherwise. I work behind the scenes to get a lot of things done. Event planning for conferences. I do tech support at ECs, especially our virtual ones, where I coordinate Zoom links, mics, stuff like that. I know a lot of the ins and outs of Zoom now. And then I also handle just general administrative support for the organization. So what I really enjoy doing with this role is working behind the scenes to get you all together to make things happen. It's really my favorite part of all of this. Where have I been, aside from in your inbox? I have spent a lot of time at the SUNY System Administration building. As you guys know, I am a UAlbany student, so I'm local here, which is pretty convenient, so I can drive just 15 minutes to SUNY System. Our office has so many files I can't even describe to you. I have sorted through our entire cabinet, and cabinet meaning like a physical cabinet worth of files, and sorted things out. We have a bunch of materials that were kind of thrown askew from years and years of just not use of the office. So I've organized that. So hopefully the next administration will have a nice office to sit down and work at if they're in Albany. I've also attended a few events. I went to the City and State New York Higher Education Summit this past February. It was really helpful for me to go to another conference and really get ideas for the conferences that I'm organizing. I also got to connect with the SUNY and CUNY chancellors, and I attended the Women's History Month reception at the SUNY's chancellor's residence on behalf of SUNY SA as a woman. Woman in power. All right, yeah. Fall conference is one of my biggest points of pride for this entire year. It was truly a big feat for me. A lot of this was planned by myself and with the support of System, and I'm really, really proud of the numbers that we saw with Fall Conference. We had an increase in attendance tenfold. It was crazy. We had 320 attendees across 50 campuses. That is 78% attendance across the entire SUNY system. That's up from Fall Conference previous fall, where we had 42 campuses and around 250 attendees. We had spent over budget, but we surpassed revenue goals, which left us with a larger spring conference budget, which meant that we were able to be at this lovely venue. And all of our payments, outstanding payments, are settled with the help of our lovely SUNY SA advisor and manager, Abigail Fink, who has been managing our budget and helping us out with those. So we have a clean slate for the next administration moving forward. I'm also excited to announce that we have continued partnerships with the DoubleTree by Hilton in Syracuse, with Visit Syracuse, and with the DoubleTree with the Desmond to enhance future event planning and coordination relationships. These are really, really important. We are a large group at this point. We have outgrown a lot of the hotel venues that can hold us. If you're wondering why we're in Albany and Syracuse so frequently, this is why. We have a handful of options to be in the state of New York, all right? So, notes for future conferences. We have re-envisioned post-event communication. We have a feedback form that is live and able for you guys to fill out right now on the link tree. If you want to fill it out, you can. And we also have notes for breakout efficiency. That feedback form will help us out greatly. If you fill it out, I will remind you tomorrow as well. Another point of pride for me for this year has been our monthly vice presidential roundtables. You guys have heard the term cross-campus collaboration thrown around a lot tonight, and this is something I have been working on a lot. These were inspired by our positional breakouts that happened during fall conference, where I organized the presidents, vice presidents, treasurers, and secretaries to meet with each other on Sunday morning in little pockets. My e-board led those chats and emphasized peer-to-peer advice. This is schools coming together individually to foster a little bit more support and community amongst SUNY SA and amongst our campuses. This is not only caucus-wide, but SUNY-wide. This is connecting folks from across the state. So I meet with my vice presidents every single month on Zoom. Whether or not I have 4 attendees or 40. It doesn't matter. I'm there every single month. Thank you. My sessions have focused on a couple of different topics. We've learned about engaging disengaged students, which is a problem for so many SGAs. I've worked with the university administrators to get feedback on what they want SUNY leaders to really hone in on in order to foster some collaboration between students and administrators. A lot of SGAs have complications interpreting bylaws, especially campus to campus. We've worked on time management and balance and talked with each other about ways to improve and given each other advice, and then also handling internal conflict with president or senate. And I'm happy to own up to it. This is stuff that happens, and it's good to have open conversations and discussions about it and to give each other advice rather than just keeping it bottled in. And again, turnout rates vary depending on the month, but I've gotten consistently positive reception about this. This is something that I would love for the next administration to continue these roundtables on a monthly format. It's really, really fantastic a fantastic initiative for SUNY SA. I was also really excited to host a collaborative opportunity with LinkedIn. We partnered with LinkedIn's Jared Wohl. He's the Senior Account Director for LinkedIn Talent Solutions, and he met with students from across the GA in March. This was advice coming directly from LinkedIn about exploring careers and career development and how we as SUNY students specifically can use LinkedIn to get a job. Because I'm looking for a job, and LinkedIn is the good way to do it, yeah? We all want jobs eventually. Yeah, so this was great. We had over 180 RSVPs across 38 campuses, which was stellar. And I'm really hoping that this is a new lasting connection between LinkedIn and SUNY SA for future collaboration that I'm passing on to the next administration as well. And finally, we titled our slides the same thing. Getting ahead. Abigail, our SUNY SA advisor, and I have already begun establishing dates and venues for our fall 2026 conference. So getting ahead on that is always a plus. These venues book up really fast, and it's always great to get ahead as soon as possible. I have spreadsheets out the wazoo right now. Your emails are in all sorts of spreadsheets for us to find that I'm passing along to the next administration to provide a paper trail of my work for future reference. I have your advisors. I have your career development and professional development folks on your campuses on a sheet. I'm going to hand all of that over to the next admin to make sure that those lists continue forward. We've, again, established a new conference feedback form to model upcoming events for identifying areas of advancement. I want to make sure that we not only are continuing to succeed, but improving as well. So please tell us what we need to improve and give the next admin some recommendations, okay? Again, comprehensive notes, unfinished tasks, areas for improvement will be shared with the next administration, and I commit to that. And please keep an eye out I will be asking every delegation for an updated contact information sheet before my term is up. This is something that takes a lot of time for the next administration to gather. There's a form right now that is active on the Linktree that asks you to prompt who your new SGA leadership is so that the next administration doesn't have to chase you down. If you want 10,000 emails from Lucas and Daisha, have at it. But this form will be a lot easier so you can input your newly elected SGA's contact information. That'll be active until the end of the semester at the very least. So again, this is getting ahead, trying to make things a little bit easier for the next admin. I recommend that you work with them and you work with us to work with them. It's really, really, really been an honor to bring my sometimes quirky energy to this administration and these events. Again, I think President Rallis said it best. This isn't something I had envisioned for myself when I came to SUNY, when I came to school, but I wouldn't have traded any of this for the world. I have met so many people. I've made so many new connections and friends. If you ever need anything, my inbox is always open. Connect with me on LinkedIn. I'm here for you. It's been a lovely year. Thank you, SUNY SA.
Thank you, Vice President Coker. Treasurer Joe.
Second point is stuff. Yeah, you send out the budget right now. Yeah, that's how it works. It's normally like during my
Are you going to talk about the new one?
Yeah, I'm talking about, no. This is just the old one. Then right after the old one, it's like going to the new one. Budget?
No, like, do you want to hold off on your
Yeah, or do I just go right after the coder and we just...
Can we do that? Can we move some?
Hello, everyone. Hello.
I will ask the General Assembly for some silence and to pay attention to Treasurer Joe for her report.
Hi, everyone. I'm at the back of the room because I need to like point at a screen, so that's why I'm not sitting up there. So if you guys can just follow basically what we have been, how our budget was used this year, and just really get an overview of our budget this year. So let me go to the next one. Oh, I don't know how this works. The big, okay. My apologies. All right. So our total revenue this year was basically 29.5K. I mean, a couple of cents after that. So this revenue includes our revenue from our conferences, it includes our state allocations and things of that nature. It also includes our RF account. So our total expenditures this year, so expenditures, I mean expenses this year was $244,925. That was our budgeted, but we have actually spent till date about 237K. Our remainder is 7,575 cents. So, you know, we're on track. This is almost the end of the year. So just a couple of more things to truly wrap up. That's why we are at 7,500, but that doesn't mean that's all we have in the account. But that is all we have left to spend for the year. All right, so this is our allocations breakdown. So as many of you know or may not know, SUNY SA doesn't run on the activity fee, but we run on allocations from the state as well as the system administration. So we have 57K from system, then we have 57K from our state allocation, then from system we have 137K, then our variable income is 60,000, which is what we projected, then our rollover funds is $40,871.16. So why our total allocations up here is 195, not 255, is because this is variable income. So like in the last year's budget when we created it, we might make the 60,000, we might not make the 60,000, but you guys are gonna know what happened to 60,000, you know, this year and how, you know, our variable income went. All right, so we had, I thought this was updated. Sorry, good question. I had edited the slides. So our variable income, so for our fall conference, we exceeded by 20,000, by over 20,000. So that was amazing. We had initially projected $30,000 in this line. Then for our spring revenue, we had initially projected $30,000 as well. But yeah, we had initially projected $30,000. Now we have, and we made more than that, and we are at 3,920 over projection. And this was as of when I made this presentation, but recently we are over $10,000 of that 30,000. So our revenue currently stands at 40,000. That really shows that we have really had a huge performance in getting people to come to these conferences, paying, making sure people feel like our event is accessible, because as you all, you know, are here, that means we're doing something right, still paying this money and things of that nature. So that is our variable income performance this year. Then now we have rollover funds. So as some of you may know or may not know, we have something called our RF. So that's our research foundation. So some funds roll over. So this year, as we went above our projected income in both fall and spring, we're gonna have extra money to give to next year, and it goes into our RF account. So last year, the previous e-board left us with $40,000 roughly, and we had spent $5,200 and change this year, and now we still have $35,000 in this account. I'm really just rounding the numbers. So really having this research foundation gives us a lot of flexibility. Like this 5,000 that you see here, if I'm not mistaken, it was, I can't really remember it was either used for Advocacy Day or it was used for our reception that we had in the fall, one of those things, but it really helps us enhance our events and make sure that you all feel comfortable and you all feel like you have, you know, as you are here representing your students, you really feel supported by SUNY SA in those cases as well. All right, so expenditures overview, I already touched on that a little bit. what we initially budgeted and what we actually spent. So overall, our spending aligned with our budget. That means we did not overspend. Neither did we underspend because we have 1 month left and we have about 7,500. We have 7,500 to finish up the year. That means we weren't inherently spending your money quite crazy this year. And we truly made sure every decision that we made was economical. Then this is our event and programming breakdown. This is our event programming breakdown really encompasses our fall as well as our spring conference. In the business of conferences, we have seen a huge spike in conference prices. Like I believe fall was close to 80K. This one is close to 80K. So we're a little under budget from last year. We're over budget from last year by 19,000 and change. But then we had extra income from our fall as well as our spring. And Advocacy Day was under budget, so we were able to be quite efficient Advocacy Day, as well as the executive committee meetings. We had allocated a lot of money to that, but then coming to your campuses, you were always willing to host us, provide us foods and things of that nature. So it really didn't take a lot out of that line. So that's how we were able to truly pat ourselves up. Yeah. Then travel expenses. So what we budgeted $16,000, and we have only spent $11,600 basically, and remaining we have $4,300. So that really shows that we have been quite efficient in travel cost management. So we're doing a lot of carpooling, less of Ubers, less of things that will take a lot out of the money that isn't directed to helping our campuses and things of that nature. So our travel cost is way under budget as of this time, but since we are here for the spring conference, we might just, get closer to that $16,000 that we had budgeted for. So this presentation that you're seeing here just encompasses numbers from March, as this conference is beginning of April, so not enough time. Then stipends, we had budgeted $63,000 for stipends, and we spent about $44,000, and we still have $18,000 left in the stipends department. Then administrative costs and miscellaneous. So we had budgeted $9,600, and we had budgeted that for our overhead costs. So we have something called an account overhead. So the best way I can explain that is for us to put money in a certain account, we have to pay to use that account. So that is where that's where the $9,600 goes to. We have about $2,000 and change left in that aspect. The miscellaneous. So as you guys, the name tags you have right now, the programming, things of that nature, that's what funds our miscellaneous funds that. All right, so our revenue exceeded projections. So we did something good this year in terms of making you guys want to come back, making you guys want to buy your tickets to come to SUNY SA conference and represent your students. So our revenue exceeded expectations, and yeah, our events also drove high engagement, and we had really strong cost controls and travel and stipends. While we have $18,000 left to spend in stipends, that doesn't mean we're going to spend the entire $18,000 because some positions were consolidated, but this was just like the initial budgeted amount, the $66K, but some positions were consolidated, so, Then, as I mentioned earlier, we have a positive remaining balance of $7,500. But as we move forward into this meeting tonight, we'll be presenting this upcoming year's budget and after the quotas report. But as of right now, do you guys have any questions? Oh, someone had a question. Oh, sorry. Am I not supposed to entertain questions? Okay,
Sorry,
no.
Treasurer Joe, we're not doing questions right now. Questions will be a part of public comment. You may ask a question to any member of the executive board
My apologies.
during public comments.
All right. Thank you all so much.
Secretary Richter, you have the floor.
Okay. Oh, is this on? Hello? Can you hear me? Okay. Welcome and thank you for attending this year's spring conference. So I thought the reports were supposed to be 5 minutes because we were being time sensitive. So it's a little small, but it's mainly around the SUNY snapshot because the executive secretary is mandated by the board of trustees to do the snapshot and then present on it during the spring conference. So going forward, how do I use this thing?
Green button to go forward.
Okay. So we're going to talk about, oh, wait a minute. Okay. Hold on, guys. Did this go? How do you go back? Oh. What presentation is this? Yeah. There's a few slides missing, but that's okay. So jumping in, so number one is the student activity fee. So the first one is I'm going to go over the overview of the student activity fee across campuses. So I collected data based on what you guys filled out, but then also if you did not fill it out, I noticed mainly it was community colleges were unsure about what their student activity fee amount was. So I went to your guys' website and I looked at the fees that the students are charged. So that way I could get a total amount for all the campuses that did fill out that snapshot form. I did not collect the data on the campuses that were not here. So it was 48 campuses in total. Number two, I'm also going to go over SGA roles. I'm going to do the overview of different roles across campuses. So collecting the snapshot was the survey, in-person conversations, emails, Zooms. And if I could not get certain information on you, I heard a lot of people were interested in the types of positions, the type of roles, the types of titles. So I went through the 48 campuses on your website. UAlbany, actually, I was talking with one of the members that it's like purple and gold, and I saw a really cool title named Chief Justice, which I really liked. And then if SUNY Ulster, I believe, for some reason when I was checking your website out, it said it was forbidden, and kind of was like, you cannot check your website. So I had to do it on my phone. But different titles for the same job. And then number three is just student concerns that I've heard across campuses. And then there's three main concerns that I feel like could be very easily dealt with. Okay, so here it is. So this basically explains it in a nutshell. The snapshot is an annual survey that the student government, that we collect data across the student governments. So when I came into this role, the SUNY snapshot last year only had 2 responses, I believe. And collecting this data really gives us a base level information on your campuses in terms of student activity fee, what's your infrastructure, what's your guys' working budget, because most nonprofits, I'm pretty sure almost every single one, there might have been 1 or 2 that I missed, your tax forms are readily available online, so we can see your working budget. In addition to that, all this data and information is going into an Excel spreadsheet, so each campus will have their own tab, so that way SUNY SA going forward has base information on every campus, because there's always such easy questions of like, oh, I'm in this title, but like, I don't know who to connect with. Then we'll have that Excel spreadsheet to be like, oh, XYZ campus has that same exact title, or we can find a title that's a little different, but might be doing the same duties. But anywho, going forward. So how's the data collected? Fall 25, you guys all filled out that form online. Sorry, Buff State, I did it for you. Additionally, Zoom meetings, emails, in-person conversations happen. So the first Zoom meetings went out on November 18th, it was 15, and then December 1st, it was 15, and it was kind of, at first, I think the first responses I got was 3, and I found it more effective to just call people instead of setting up Zoom meetings. And then after the last wave went out, I was like, okay, this is kind of hard. So then I just started, and I went off, and I did my research on your guys' SGA websites. I looked at some constitutions. Community colleges, I was actually really impressed with the constitution. Some of them were really in detail. And SUNY, Sullivan, or Ulster, I couldn't access your website. So talking about the student activity fee, I kind of broke it down for everybody. So it's the university, DGIU, DGIG, AgTech. So the student activity fee for full-time enrollment with people within these branches, there was one campus that had an activity fee ranging from 30 to 50 per semester. There was one campus had an activity fee ranging from 50 to 70 per semester. There were 3 campuses having an activity fee ranging from 70 to 90 per semester. There were 9 campuses having an activity fee ranging from 90 to 110 per semester. 14 campuses have an activity fee ranging from 110 to 130 per semester. The cap is 125, no campus is above this threshold. I'm new to Excel, so I didn't know how to take off that 130 and swap it to 125. It just automatically did it. And then I broke it down a little further. So if you're interested within your specific caucus to know what the average is, the university campus's average is 105. DGIU, your campuses, is 110. DGIG, it's 83. AgTech, the average is 113. Note there are 9 campuses at the 125 cap. Oh. If you wish to know if you are one of those 125, you can find me sometime this weekend or tomorrow, and I can tell you if you were included in that or if you were not included in that. And then moving forward, so this is kind of the role breakdown. So I looked at the most common roles I found within these 4 populations. So the main titles I would see was president, vice president, treasurer, chief of staff, secretary, chief financial officer, chief justice. That's supposed to be on the unique titles. That one's got to move. Vice president of finance. And then the other roles I kind of saw, so these ones are like the kind of titles. So for clubs and student engagement, the different titles I would see were kind of clubs and org directors, VP for clubs. I've never actually heard of like vice president of clubs or stuff like that. I think it was at SUNY Geneseo, maybe? No, okay. There was another campus that uses VP. I'm not sure who uses VP, but I thought it was really cool. Okay, that was really cool to see. In terms of finance roles, I saw comptroller, associate, coordinators. I saw vice treasurers. Never heard of vice treasurers before. Communication roles, I saw VP of communications. I saw directors. I saw chief communications, public relations. In terms of programming and events, I saw directors, VPs, coordinators, chief programming, academic and student affairs, academic affairs, university affairs, student life, advocacy. DEIA roles, I saw VP, director, chief, coordinator of DEIA. And I add the A because most of those campuses only usually use diversity, equity, and inclusion. But the A is accessibility, and Onondaga taught me that last year. The unique titles, so this is the one that I really saw very few of. I saw comptrollers, Chief Justice is over here. It's on there twice. Okay, so it is Chief Justice. Comptroller, Chief Justice, Archivist, Vice Treasurer, Publicist, and Vice President of Central Affairs. Do we have any of those in here? You have one? Okay, so there's only one of these titles in here? Wow. See? Unique. That's what that is. So that's kind of a breakdown of some roles. We're going to now move over to the community college portion of it. So for community colleges, so their student activity fee does differ from the other 4 populations that I just mentioned. One campus has an activity fee ranging from 0 to 60 per semester. 4 campuses have an activity fee ranging from 60 to 120. 7 campuses have an activity fee ranging from 120 to 180. 4 campuses have an activity fee ranging from 180 to 240. 4 campuses have an activity fee ranging from 240 to 300. And I do want to note, because somebody brought this up earlier, that community colleges or some colleges don't control their own budget. And I did notice with the community colleges, it was kind of hard to find their websites or an SGA or kind of like emails to really respond to. And mainly that activity fee was found within the student fee section, kind of buried deep within. And the difference of why they can have a different student activity fee compared to the 4 populations prior is because they have a separate board of trustees. So the average of all of these. So these are all the names of the colleges on here. Interesting, is FIT in here? FIT. For some reason, I thought FIT was considered a university level, but through us, I didn't know that. That was so cool to learn. Like, that blew my mind. I texted Sophie being like, I thought it was wrong at first, I'm not gonna lie. But that's really cool, so shout out to you guys. I was gonna go there for design. I'm not really good at designing anymore.
I'm gonna ask people to quiet down.
Okay.
General Assembly, I will ask for some silence as Secretary Richter gives his report. Thank you.
So the community colleges campus's average was 162. I'm not really sure if that's high or if that's low. Unsure. I would say that was in the middle because the highest was 300. Around that, I think it was like 280 or somewhere around there. If you would like to know what your student activity fee is, at least on my records. You can find me if you're on this list, and I will tell you what it is if you're unsure, because I did see a few campuses say that they were unsure of their student activity fee. So the differences between the community colleges and the other four populations, or four that I mentioned prior, is community colleges, it was a lot of consistency of president, vice president, treasurer, secretary, student trustee, chair, vice chair. And then I was able to find some constitutions of community colleges, and actually you guys do have some titles that I was like, oh, maybe it's not so just like, you know, cookie cutter. So I am glad I was able to find some community colleges constitutions, but if you have any roles that you could fit within here or a title, please let me know. I saw directors of clubs, org senators, treasurer, assistant treasurer, VP, director, chief communications, public relations, director, VP, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, unique titles. Chief of staff. So that was interesting because I saw a lot of chief of staffs in the other ones, like in the other populations, and not so many within the community colleges. Historian. Is there a historian in here? No? Unique. I saw historian in someone's constitution, and I was like, I'm putting that down. Secretary of staff. Is there any of those in here? Oh, okay. Is there an elections coordinator? Okay, now who's a trustee from community colleges? You tell me there's not a single trustee in here? Bam, 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 bam. I know there's a lot of trustees. Good, and I put that there so people would raise their hands, because there's a trustee at least in every community college. So I put that there on purpose. It's not meant to be there. And unique titles, assistant treasurer. Do we have any of those in here? No? Also unique. I got to look at what campus had that one. But that's some of the community colleges. And then, so here are some of the top concern areas overviews. So these concerns I saw within the form through speaking with campuses. Also, when I was able to go onto some websites, some SGAs actually have the resolutions posted on their website, and I think that's a great idea. So I saw, at least from these ones, I would say international student support is extremely a large concern. System-wide partnerships, internships, that's always a concern, at least among graduate students. How to get students involved. I heard that a lot, and Sophie mentioned how to get students engaged that are not engaged. Disengaged. Mental health, food options. I saw somebody was worried about halal food. And then policy and system. A lot of people wanted to know, like, what even is SUNY SA, the bylaws, the live stream, the difference of the student activity fee, budget changes that might affect campuses. So out of these three, I picked three that maybe could be easily explained or kind of just dealt with. And out of those three, it was student involvement. Students want involvement from students on their campus. This one is mainly people coming with concerns of, I have these events, but how do I get people to go to them? I would say we could develop toolkits or presentations on how to engage the student body effectively. That's a potential opportunity. SUNY SA structure, SFA understanding. Students are confused around the SUNY SA and student activity fee. Another potential opportunity, just making a slideshow on really what SUNY SA is and kind of explaining elections, the conferences, our flow, and stuff like that. And the SAF one I will have to get back onto you on, because I believe really it's just they have different guidelines compared to the other four populations. And then food insecurity and access. Students are dealing with food insecurity, specifically food choices. I believe last year's e-board really dealt a lot with food insecurity. I know that was a big push of theirs, so we will continue to advocate for that, but I think something is just advocating and just expanding basic need initiatives, because we don't think about the food pantries, et cetera, et cetera. I heard one campus doesn't even have like a fridge in their food pantry. I hear that it's a lot of like canned goods, just not like fresh fruit, fresh vegetables, stuff like that, like ramen noodles. I've gone to the food pantry. I've gone by and I see a snack and I'm like, okay, well, I'm starving, so I'm gonna grab that. So I think that one could also be an easy advocacy area. And going on next, so the last update. So the newspaper was delayed due to unexpected events. The layout and instructions for it are in a folder and will be passed along to the incoming secretary. I did not know that I was going to run, so I worded it like that. Number two, the snapshot, the survey will need to be sent out again in 2 years, so 2028. Because now that we've conducted it really good once, it's every 2 years. The QR code during the report, I found the best way to receive responses and any missing information with the holes. I actually really enjoyed going to everybody's website, and if you guys had a constitution available, and actually just looking through and seeing it, it was really interesting. Number three, expect to see the minutes for this conference be sent out ASAP. You got them on Tuesday after the fall conference, so that was within 48 hours. Kept my promise. I lost a lot of sleep. And I want to thank the e-board because they were tired, they were exhausted after that long conference weekend. And they did take their time to review, I think it was like 50 plus pages worth of minutes, like right after a long weekend. So that's that. And also with the SUNY snapshot now being completely done because I felt like that was necessary to have a really good solid one. Moving forward in the future, at least for next year, there will be so much more room, I think, with the secretary instead of focusing on that. But internally with our documents, I didn't really have just a baseline of all of the campuses. So I really think this was a really solid thing for me to take on and actually work through and spend time on. I think it's beneficial. And then just want to say a final thank you for the year. I want to shout out a few campuses. SUNY Brockport, are you in here? I want to shout out SUNY Brockport. You guys are amazing. I love our conversations. And where are the other ones in here? Is Onondaga in here? Onondaga? You! I love you guys so much. I got to meet with your past e-board, and they're the reason why I know about the accessibility portion of DEI. I wasn't aware of that last year until the spring conference, so kudos to you for becoming the new leaders of that campus. I also want to shout out SUNY Fredonia. My undergrad, love you guys. You guys have done so much for me, and you guys are so amazing. There's a few other campuses. I'll get to it. I'm a little tired. But I want to say one person who's been, I think, a pillar in all of this has been Abigail. Abigail Fink. Can everybody please clap for Abigail? Abigail is so young and such a girl boss to be in that role, and she is probably the best advisor I have ever seen or met. So she really does a lot behind the scenes. She really does. And then I wish ESF was here. I was going to shout them out, but they're not. And JCC, thank you, JCC. So during my time with Fred, I made a partnership with JCC and Fredonia. And the reason why JCC was able to be here today is because SUNY Fredonia drove them up here because of that partnership. But yeah, that's the end of my report. I thought it was only supposed to be 5 minutes. Any questions, email me.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. We will now be moving on with our agenda into new business, and we will be moving on to budget proposal and resolutions. All right, so the first resolution or proposal on the agenda is I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Please limit conversations. Thank you. The first thing under new business is budget proposal for the 2026-2027 academic year. Secretary Richter, please read the resolution.
This resolution is called SUNY Student Assembly 2026-2027 Financial Budget. The purpose of this resolution is to formally approve and codify the SUNY Student Assembly financial budget for the 2026-2027 fiscal year. The sponsor are Treasurer Joe, co-sponsor President Rallis. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the SUNY Student Assembly, SUNY SA, is committed to transparency, fiscal responsibility, and the equitable allocation of resources to support its advocacy, operations, and programmings across State University of New York system. And whereas the SUNY SA Treasurer, in accordance with the SUNY SA bylaws, is responsible for preparing and presenting an annual fiscal budget to the General Assembly during the spring conference. And whereas the proposed 2026-2027 budget reflects the collective priorities of the organization, including enhanced support for conferences, increased equity and leadership stipends, and the creation of a contingency reserve to address unforeseen expenses throughout the fiscal year. And whereas the budget reaffirms SUNY SA's commitment to equitable leadership, compensation, inclusive programming, and operational sustainability in support of its mission to advocate for and represent all SUNY students, and be it enacted that the General Assembly hereby adopts the proposed 2026-2027 SUNY Student Assembly financial budget as presented by the Treasurer. Be it enacted that the adopted SUNY SA budget shall take effect on July 1st, 2026, and shall remain in effect through June 30th, 2027, as the defined fiscal year for the organization. And be it finally enacted, this resolution shall be recorded and made publicly available alongside the adopted budget and shall serve as the official financial framework for the 2026-2027 fiscal year of the SUNY Student Assembly.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution. As a reminder, the discussion period is initially set by the parliamentarian, so I will set discussion to 10 minutes for now, and then any voting delegate may motion to extend or reduce that time at any given moment. The author of the resolution is also the first one in the discussion. For this specific resolution, Treasurer Joe would be the first one to present the budget. And since this is the budget proposal, I will start the 10-minute timer after Treasurer Joe is done presenting the budget. Thank you.
Okay. All right, everyone. Can it please be zoomed in? Just a little box over there. Thank you. All right. I hope everyone can see the budget. So I already touched upon it a little bit but this is how SUNY SA gets its revenue. So from our allocations, which is from the state, as well as the system administration. For years now, our allocations have been constant, so I use the exact same allocation to project next year's revenue. Because, if it hasn't changed for the past 3 to 4 years, it is safe to say that it might not change this upcoming year, so it's better to play safe and be conservative than to overestimate what our allocation might be. Then another part of our revenue is our variable income right here. So when I talk about variable income, I talk about the revenue that we get from these conferences. So as I touched upon in my earlier report, we exceeded our expectations in how much we projected to get. So, seeing that might not change as much going into next year while still being conservative, I upped the budget by an additional $6,000 in each line to truly account for our increased projected revenue next year. Then we also have our RF account. So when we had initially come into this position this year, we had $40,000 in our RF account, and we're hoping to leave $40,000, if not more, in this account as we're wrapping up our administration. And adding all of those numbers together, our expected revenue is about $300K. So that is really it for our revenue part. Then moving on to the second tab below, which is our expenditure. Just have to move that. Give me a second. Yeah, okay. Okay. Can we zoom in and kind of scroll down? Yeah. Okay, thank you. So this is our expected expenditures. So we're expected to spend around, $303K in this line. Well, in our expenditures overall for the upcoming year. So the first thing is our fall conference. So we projected to be $80,000. Last year, we underestimated how much this conference with our conferences cost. So we are just putting it at $80,000 flat, because even in my first term in 2024-25, conference costs were increasing, and it would not be smart to put conference under anything under $80,000. Then the next thing on the spreadsheet is our traditional conference. As you know, sometimes an issue SUNY SA used to run into before is a lack of continuity. So people leave without, transferring their knowledge, information to the next e-board, and the next e-board has to start from scratch. So just budget line, make sure that does not happen going into probably 27, 28, to make sure that the e-board has enough money allocated for them to meet in Albany as system administration to really, do a couple of days workshop to transfer knowledge. Then the next line that we have is general programming. So general programming includes anything, So let's say SUNY SA wants to come to which is a new line. So let's say, I know we have had discussions about, we haven't been seeing SUNY SA on our campuses, things of that nature. So, working on this budget, that was one of the things that I had in mind, and that's why we created a general programming line. So in the general programming line, this is, where SUNY SA will be able to come to your campuses, maybe even host an event on your campus with you guys. So let's say, it's a Meet SUNY SA Day, and there's it's a huge dinner that happens on your campus. It will come out from this line. Then we have our Federal Advocacy Day. That was something that we did not do this year, that I hope that we do next year. To go to Washington and really advocate at the national level. That's something that SUNY SA should do and should keep on doing. Then we have our Federal Advocacy Day, which I set at $5,000. We spent about $5,000 on Federal Advocacy Day. So, just leaving that as that. Then the next line is our campus support. And you may ask, what is campus support? This was a line that I created, was it last year, that supports campuses, because we know some campuses are really small campuses, and they might not have enough money to send students to the SUNY SA conferences. But one of our priorities has always been to make things accessible for each and every single one of you. And that was why that line was created last year. So let's say, I'm from SUNY Oswego, so let's say SUNY Oswego is unable to pay the registration fee, so that comes out of that campus support line. So going into next year, if any of you guys aren't able to pay, your ticket or registration or things of that nature, if the incoming e-board keeps that consistent next year, you should be able to email them, and they should be able to take out of the $4,000 to support your campus coming to the conference. As we said, just kind of like what Dakota said, DEI is a huge priority, but there's also a piece that people forget, which is access. We should always promote access for our student body, and we're trying to make sure that everybody feels represented. So the next line is our travel line. So our travel line remains consistent. This year we did an amazing job minimizing travel costs, so I think that was amazing. Abby was really on top of it, making sure we weren't overspending, making sure that we were making really good economical decisions. So travel line is still kept at $16,000. And now on to stipends. So we have the presidential stipend at $9,000, VP at $8,500, the treasurer $6,500, secretary, I don't want to read all of them, but look at the screen and you will see the stipended amount. So stipends has really remained consistent this year. As you can see, the president's salary did go up a little more, but then that is also to account for the lack of, it was offset by the treasurer and secretary stipend being reduced. So really looking at the
General Assembly, I will ask for some silence and for delegates to please be seated as Treasurer Joe gives her report. Please keep chatter to a minimum.
Thank you, guys. I know you're tired. I'm going to try to make this quick. I'm tired, too. Yeah, so so we had increased some stipends, but we offset it by reducing some stipends. And this amount really came from how many hours each and every single one of these roles put into the organization each year. So we see a lot of heavy workload as well as legroom in the presidential position. So the president travels a lot. They travel all across New York. I don't know how they're able to be students while holding this president position, but they do a lot of traveling. They do a lot of meetings. They do a lot of those things. And in a week, a president can realistically work 20 to 30 hours in a week. So really upping that stipend is truly to compensate for that, as well as the VP. The VP handles these conferences, and while it just looks, quite put together and everything looking all good, they put in a lot of hours, a lot of contract negotiations, a lot of traveling to come to these places to make sure that it is going to be the right fit for our conference. Then you all know the role of the treasurer, which is just mostly budgeting reports, issuing stipends each month, things of that nature. Then secretary. Then we have our representatives. Our representatives do a lot. They travel often. While you're seeing $12,000 on that screen, how many representatives do we have? I think like 16 or so, 16 representatives. About 16 representatives. So it's like 12,000 divided by 16. So do not think that one person is just getting the entire $12,000. Then we have our chief of staff, which manages the directors. Then we have our deputy chief of staff. So they do a lot of work because the president does a lot of traveling, a lot of the meetings, a lot of the advocacy, while the chief of staff really handles a lot of the internal operations that the president every single day cannot oversee. So that is why their stipend is that way. And as I said before, all of these amounts that you see here really takes into account the amount of hours that these individuals put per week into this organization. Yeah, we saw some increase in stipends in some positions. So like our Students' Voices team, stipends were increased to give us room to to give us room to hire more people on that team, because that is the #1 goal of SUNY SA, to really amplify student voices. So we had to increase the funding on that line. Then we also have our government relations team, who really looks over policies and things of that nature. So that was also increased. Our communications team. And I know you all during this conference have been talking about communication, and our communications team truly leads that effort. So that was something that we made sure to also increase as well. Then we have our special assistant for logistics. So they're the ones who really coordinate the travel for our e-board member, our executive committee members to be able to be here today. So if you go a little bit, if you scroll down a little bit more. Yeah, so we have our administrative costs. So that was what I mentioned earlier. So we have our SUNY account overhead costs. I explained it as we're putting our money into a certain account, and we have to pay to use that certain account. So that is where the overhead cost comes in. Then we also have materials and supplies. So using like this present year budget on what we use, we did not inherently spend that entire line. So I believe that line was a little bit decreased. Materials and supplies, so as you can see, the Oprah vote, that's technology costs. The Oprah vote, our website, our materials costs are, the little things you guys have around your neck, and every other thing that SUNY SA uses our money for. So yeah, that is really our budget in a nutshell. I hope I explained it in a way that everybody truly understands what our operations look like and where the money that we get is being allocated to. Thank you.
Thank you, Treasurer Joe. Like I said, now I will open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution with a 10-minute timer. Any member of the General Assembly or voting delegate of the General Assembly may motion to reduce or extend that time. You can use these 10 minutes for discussion and debate or for any questions regarding the budget addressed to Treasurer Joe. With that, I will start the timer and open the floor. Please raise your placards high, and can we have Rules Committee members running mics, please? Perfect. Please raise your placards high. 44.
Thank you. Joshua Gale Wilson, SUNY Empire. I believe you answered it. I just want to double check. So within the resolution, it did mention in regards to having a contingency reserve. So where is that reflected within the budget? Is that the overhead cost that you mentioned?
That's not the overhead cost, but basically our surplus of $3,000 we had at the end, that is our contingency. So it gives us a little wiggle room in case something happens. It's also reflected in our general programming fund as well, because general programming really opens it up to a lot of interpretation. So we're not as like fall and spring conference, we're confined to really host those programming, but general programming, we're able to have a lot of wiggle room in doing that. If that makes sense.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Please raise your placards high. 58. Motion to, sorry, can we get a mic, please?
What's that?
Motion to call to question.
So there is a motion made to adopt the resolution. Okay, there's a motion made to adopt the resolution. There's a second by 68. What's your placard number? First by 58, second by 68. We will now go into voting. So this will be by a placard vote. All those in favor, hold your placards high till a member of Rules Committee comes and calls on you. All those in favor of accepting the budget proposal for 2026 to 2027, please raise your placards high. This is in favor to adopt the budget proposal that Treasurer Joe just presented. Wait.
I think we had to motion to previous question. Like we had to motion to end the discussion earlier.
He rephrased it. It's so for SUNY SA, it's the same. This we came across this last conference too, where there's just a motion to adopt the resolution, and that's it.
Oh, so he just said motion to adopt.
Yeah, I rephrased it.
Where we
Motion.
already-
He said to recall. So we're on a motion to adopt the resolution.
You're right.
But then we can enter a discussion. Yeah, because basically because it's on the agenda, I introduce it and I open the floor for discussion. I open the floor for discussion. No, not on this because it is the motion to just adopt. Yeah. But there wasn't any discussion. If there is, then we vote.
Did you ask her?
No, because you don't. This is just a motion to here.
This is not whatever. It's fine. I don't care.
We did it at the conference.
I think it's wrong. But I mean, I also don't
Wait,
care.
how do you think it's wrong?
Like I don't know. I just feel like you're supposed to make the motion, enter a period of discussion.
See, dude.
Sorry.
So for a lot of internal All right. So I asked the General Assembly for some silence. Thank you. A few things. There was a motion made to adopt the resolution. However, since as chair I set a 10-minute timer, we have to first have a motion on ending debate and discussion to move us out of a period of debate and discussion. The original motioner has rescinded the motion and has a new motion. So if we could get a mic to 58 to restate their new motion, and we'll go from there.
I'd like to rescind my previous motion to end debate and discussion.
Thank you. There's a second by 16, motion by 58. So there's a motion to end discussion and debate. And there's a second, so we will go into voice vote. Because then we'll be doing a placard vote for that. Correct. So it is 2/3. We will be doing voice vote. If I feel like that the voice vote does not have 2/3, I will go for an alternate voting method. But since this is just to end discussion, we will be doing voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposing, please say nay. Nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. So from the voice vote, the motion passes with 2/3. As for the chair's thing, if anybody at any point feels like with the voice votes that they want to do an alternate voting method, please let me know. With that, we will be moving on to, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. There's a motion by 68, seconded by 14. Now we will be doing a placard vote. All those in favor of approving the resolution for the budget proposal for 2026 to 2027, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. So rules can accurately get your vote. All those opposing to approve the budget proposal for 2026 to 2027, please raise your placards high and please keep conversations limited. General Assembly, I ask for your attention. In a vote of all those abstaining, please raise your placards high. Okay. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 46-05, the motion carries and the resolution and the budget proposal is adopted. Moving on, General Assembly, I ask for your attention. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 11.
Resolution 25-26011GA, expanding access to paid internships and experiential learning opportunities across SUNY. Sponsor is Rostislav. How do I say this name? Okay, I'm just going to go about it. Smet Anak, Monroe Community Colleges. I am so sorry, Monroe. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the State University of New York is committed to preparing students for success through academic excellence and career readiness, and whereas SUNY continues to demonstrate a strong commitment to improving student outcomes through system-wide collaboration and innovation, and whereas experiential learning opportunities such as internships are widely recognized as valuable components of student development and workforce preparation, and whereas research from the National Association of Colleges and Employers indicates that students who complete internships are significantly more likely to receive job offers upon graduation, and whereas approximately 40% of internships in the United States are unpaid, which may present barriers to access for some students, and whereas expanding access to paid opportunities can further support equity, workforce development, and student success across SUNY institution, and now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages the continued development of centralized resources to improve awareness and accessibility of internships and experiential learning opportunities, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly supports the expansion of paid internships, fellowships, and stipend-supported opportunities to reduce financial barriers, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages partnerships with the state agencies, nonprofit organizations, and private sector employers to broaden opportunities for SUNY students, and be it further resolved that continued efforts be made to ensure inclusive access to these opportunities for students across all SUNY campuses, including community colleges, and be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly affirms its support for initiatives that strengthen career readiness and postgraduate success.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution, with the author having the first discussion on the very right. Can you? Perfect. Point of inquiry? So it is 10 minutes is what I'm limiting discussion and debate to, outside of the author introducing and presenting the resolution. I will ask the General Assembly to please keep conversations low. It's 9 p.m. We have made through our Core 4 elections budget, and now we're going through these resolutions, which these authors have worked on. Some have worked on them for over a month. So please continue on giving the same attention that you did to all the other business today. And we're so close to getting done with our agenda. With that, you have the floor to present your resolution.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. My name is Rostislav. I go by Rusty. I'm from Community College, Monroe Community College, and this resolution focuses on expanding access to paid internships and experiential learning opportunities across SUNY. While internships are one of the most important ways students gain real-world experience, nearly 40% of them are unpaid. For many students, especially those balancing work, school, and financial responsibilities, unpaid opportunities are simply not an option. This creates a gap where some students can build experience and connections while others are left behind. This resolution encourages SUNY to expand paid opportunities, improve centralized access to internships, and strengthen participation with employers. Ultimately, this is about equity and ensuring that all SUNY students, regardless of financial background, have a fair chance to succeed after graduation. Thank you.
The floor is open. Please raise your placards high. 51.
Is it possible that I can motion to go into a period of voting and not have a discussion about it? Because I feel like it's a really good resolution.
Yes, you could motion to end discussion and debate.
Can I motion to end discussion and debate and go into a period of voting?
So it's going to be two different motions. You'll be motioning to end discussion and debate, and then I can, after that motion is done through a voice vote, I'll entertain a new motion to adopt the resolution. A note for General Assembly: if a motion to adopt a resolution is done by unanimous consent, we won't have to go into placard voting. So for the sake of time, if that is something that you would like to consider, it's just a note for the General Assembly. So are you motioning to end discussion and debate?
Yes.
What's your placard number?
51.
Placard 51, motions to end discussion and debate. Do we have a second? Second by 40. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposing, please say nay. Nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. So the votes in favor has it, even looking at 2/3. So the motion passes, and now I will entertain a motion. There's a motion by 40 to adopt the resolution by unanimous consent, seconded by 68. Is there any dissent? There's dissent by 88, so we will be going on a placard vote since there is dissent. All those in favor, please hold your placards high. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, expanding access to paid internships and experiential learning opportunities across SUNY, please hold your placards high. General Assembly, please keep conversations to a minimum. I don't know. Let us get through it. All those opposed to adopting Resolution 11, please hold your placards high. All those abstaining, please hold your placards high. Can you check what system for virtual? So then it was unanimous. How many? What? We have a total of 15 votes. I think you're fine. We have a quorum. Okay, that is unanimous. In a vote of 59-0-0, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. We will be placard 68. Can we get a mic to placard 68, please? Triana, can you raise your placard, please?
I would like to make a motion to accept resolutions 25 through 26, 12 through 23, and move into a period of voting upon all of them after hearing from each of the authors with their justifications, please.
Since we can't move straight into adopting them, are you motioning to move into discussion and debate on resolution 12 through 23? So there's a motion on the floor to move into a period of discussion and debate on resolution 12 through 23. Do we have a second? Second by 16. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposing, please say nay. Nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. Let me consult rules real quick, and I will be right back. helps me. Just tell her that. No, okay, that's just not it. I will have to confirm the Yes, that's what I was All right. So, I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. When I left off, there was a motion to go into a period of discussion and debate on Resolution 12 through 23. Since I've been advised by Rules Committee and Office of General Counsel that that is against parliamentary procedures, I spoke with the motioner. Are you rescinding your motion? Yes. So the motion is being rescinded. We will be considering the resolutions one by one. It is up to the body to decide how effective and efficiently they would like to go through those resolutions, whether they would like to do voice votes or placard voting. That said, we will be moving on to Resolution 12 in support of state-level solutions to replace the federal Graduate Plus loan program. Secretary Richter, can you please read the resolution? I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence.
Resolution 25-6012GA. In support of state-level solutions to replace the Federal Graduate Plus loan program, sponsor Benjamin Seemagran, University at Buffalo Jacobs Schools of Medicine. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas federal legislation under House Resolution 1 of the 119th Congress eliminates the Graduate Plus loan program and restricts federal unsubsidized loans to $50K per year for professional graduate students and $25K for non-professional graduate students, while capping lifetime loans at $200K and $100K respectively, with a total overall cap on all federal loans, including those taken during undergraduate years of study at $257K, and whereas the proportion of students using Graduate Plus loans and medical programs alone has grown from 13 to 47% from 2008 to 2020, and the nationwide cost of attendance has risen 38% from $51,400 to $71,000 in the same time frame, nearly double that of inflation, with cost of attendance in New York State's today's reaching $81,728 in public medical programs, $100,196 in private ones, and whereas eliminating Graduate Plus loans will leave many professional and non-professional students dependent on private loans with higher interest rates, stricter terms for signing on to a loan, and no income-driven repayment options, and whereas first-generation marginalized and low-income students are particularly vulnerable to increased debt burdens, jeopardizing diversity and access in professional education, and whereas the New York State Assembly 2026 One-House budget aims to address this oncoming crisis through the creation of the New York Reinvest in student educational supports, New York Rises program, providing $110 million with $100 million for a reserve fund and $10 million for administration, with an additional $500 million in bonding authority to create a state-backed loan program to replace Graduate Plus, and whereas the same budget expands the tuition assistance program TAP by raising the maximum income thresholds and restating eligibility for graduate students by providing $160 million towards the program. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly expresses its support for the establishment of the New York Rises loan program and the expansion of TAP as outlined in the New York State Assembly One-House budget, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges the SUNY Board of Trustees, Chancellor John B. King Jr., and the New York State legislators who advocate for and enact state-level solutions that replace the Graduate Plus loan program with affordable income-driven financing options to ensure continued access to graduate and professional education. And be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly commits to educating SUNY students about these federal changes, gathering student testimonials on how Graduate Plus elimination will affect them, and collaborating with student governments across the SUNY system to advocate for state-level solutions. And be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution will be transmitted to the SUNY Chancellor, the SUNY Board of Trustees, the Governor of New York, the leadership of New York State Senate and Assembly, and any other relevant stakeholders.
Give us 1 minute for consulting with OGC. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution. Can the author please raise their placard? Do we have the author present online? Right there, perfect, thank you. Placard 19, you have the floor.
Hi, yes. So my name is Ben Semigran. I'm a medical student at the Jacobs School of Medicine and Biomedical Sciences in Buffalo, New York. So I'm here today to present on federal changes to the Graduate Plus loan program. So as of July 1st of this year, we will no longer have Graduate Plus, which has formerly been one of the most popular, if not the most popular, form of graduate loans for students. So the new administration is going to be capping this loans for graduate students at $50,000 per year and $200,000 per lifetime, with the $257,000 cap, including undergraduate loans. So this is something that is particularly pertinent because if you look at the price of, for example, a program like our medical school, right, the average cost of attendance is $80,000. So that's a significant gap between what the federal government will cover and what the students require to be able to attend school. Students will be forced into private loans, which have higher interest rates, much stricter loan terms, and also credit checks and the like. So when we look towards this option for students, we're looking at students' availability and ability to attend medical school professional programs such as law, dental, also non-professional programs such as now the changes to nursing, for example, right? Nursing no longer counts as a professional program. They're going to be receiving even less, right? We get $50,000, they're going to get a $20,000 a year, right? And they're not nearly as much, right? So we're looking at a cost, a difficulty for these students to be able to afford school. We should look towards solutions. New York State is offering a solution on this in the form of the New York Rises program. It's going to offer $500 million in bonding authority to the state mortgage program. So that will be able to make it such that we can offer these loans again to students within the state under this program. We're also looking towards expanding the tuition assistance program to graduate students, $160 million for that. So this all exists within the already passed one House budget for the Assembly. We're looking to get support to push it through the Senate and the executive on this year's budget. And we hope to do so through the SUNY Student Assembly and hope to have your support on this.
Thank you. We will now move into a period of discussion and debate. Placard 68. I moved the previous question. Can you state? Perfect, thank you. There's a motion to end debate and discussion. Is there a second? Seconded by 96. All those in favor, we will be doing a voice vote. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposing, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes have it, and we will be moving into, I will now entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. Placard 96.
A motion to adopt the resolution by unanimous consent.
There's a motion to adopt the resolution by unanimous consent. Is there a second? There's a second by 43. Is there any dissent? Is there a dissent by a voting delegate? Please raise your placards high if you are a voting delegate and you have dissent. There's dissent by 23. We will be moving into a period of voting. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please raise your placards high.
Can I amend my motion then?
Yes.
Motion to approve by voice vote.
So with resolutions, you can't approve them by voice vote. It's either by unanimous consent or placard voting. Would you like to motion again to go into adopting and? Is there a motion to adopt the resolution by
Yeah.
unanimous consent?
Yeah.
There is a motion to adopt the resolution by unanimous consent by 96, seconded by 16. Is there any dissent? Dissent by 23. We will be moving into a period of voting. All those in General Assembly, please have decorum. General Assembly, please have decorum. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. All those in favor of adopting Resolution 12, please raise your placards high. General Assembly, I ask for your silence. I ask for your silence as rules count votes. Thank you. Your assignment? Great, guys. I have a General Assembly, I ask for your silence. I ask for your silence. All those in opposition of adopting Resolution 12, please raise your placards high. Please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. General Assembly, I ask for your silence. I ask for your silence. In a vote of 60 to 0, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Vice President Coker, can you please read Resolution 13? Secretary Richter.
Resolution 25-26-013 GA, enhancing seamless transfer pathways for SUNY Community College students. Sponsor, I can't say your name, Rusty Smetanyak. That was the nickname, Monroe Community College. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the State University of New York SUNY system serves over 1.3 million students annually and is widely recognized for its commitment to accessibility, affordability, and student success. And whereas SUNY continues to demonstrate a strong commitment to improving student outcomes through system-wide collaboration and innovation.
General Assembly, I ask for your silence and cooperation so we can get through the resolutions as efficiently as possible. Please, I ask for your silence.
And whereas a significant number of SUNY students begin their academic journeys at community colleges with the intention of transferring within the SUNY system, and whereas national data from the U.S. Government Accountability Office indicates that approximately 43% of transfer students lose credits, highlighting a need to strengthen and streamline transfer pathways, and whereas improving clarity, transparency, and coordination across SUNY institutions can support timely degree completion and student success, and now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages the continued development and enhancement of centralized transfer resources to improve transparency in credit equivalencies and academic pathways, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly supports efforts towards greater alignment of credit transfer policies to help students maximize the value of completed coursework, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages the expansion of clear, major-specific transfer roadmaps to guide students throughout their academic journeys, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly supports continued collaboration between academic advisors across campuses to ensure consistent and accurate guidance, and be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly affirms its support for initiatives that build upon SUNY's strengths as a connected and student-centered system.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. The floor is now open for discussion and debate on the resolution, with the author going first.
Thank you. Hello again. This resolution focuses on improving transfer pathways within the SUNY system. A significant number of SUNY students begin at community colleges with the goal of transferring. However, national data shows that about 43% of transfer students lose credits in the process. This can delay graduation, increase costs, and create unnecessary frustration for students trying to advance their education. This resolution encourages SUNY to improve transparency in credit equivalencies, expand major specific transfer roadmaps, and strengthen coordination between academic advisors across campuses. As a community college student myself, this issue directly impacts students like myself and many others who rely on a smooth transfer process to achieve their academic goals. This is about making SUNY a bit more connected, efficient, and student-centered system. Thank you.
Thank you. Placard 51. Thank you, Rules Committee.
Hi again. I would like to motion to end debate and discussion and move into a period of voting.
There's a
end debate and
motion.
discussion, sorry.
Yep, thank you. There's a motion to end discussion and debate. Is there a second? There's a second by 57. All those in favor to end discussion and debate, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes have it, and the motion passes. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 13? There's a motion by 23. Is this by unanimous consent? Sure. There's a motion to adopt Resolution 13 by unanimous consent. Is there a second? Seconded by 68. Is there any dissent? Dissent by 88. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. Lauren.
Oh, God.
I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Thank you all so much for your cooperation and for all your engagement throughout the day today. We're almost there. Please, thank you.
poor guy's been stuck with rules all day. He's regretting it now.
All those opposed to adopting Resolution 13, please raise your placards high. All those opposed to adopting Resolution 13, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. No. 57. Make that comment. Whenever you like. In a vote of 57-0-0, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Motion? I will ask General Assembly members, including Rules Committee members, to please not speak out of order. Unanimous consent does mean when nobody has opposition on something and it's all, something is getting passed, getting approved without any opposition on it. Moving on, we will be moving on to Resolution 14. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 14.
Resolution 25-26.
General Assembly, I ask for your silence. I ask for your silence. Thank you.
014 GA. Resolution encouraging term limits for all SUNY governing board appointees and formalized faculty representation on college councils and community college boards of trustees. Sponsor, Grant Peterson, Delegate for University at Buffalo undergraduates. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the SUNY Student Assembly President serves as the sole elected student representative on the SUNY Board of Trustees, a body of 18 members in which 15 are gubernatorial appointees serving 7-year terms with no statutory limitation on consecutive reappointment. Whereas student members of college councils and community college boards of trustees serve 1-year terms alongside 9 appointed members serving 7-year terms without term limits, creating a significant imbalance in an institutional knowledge and influence that can marginalize student participation in governance decisions directly affecting the student experience. Whereas while Board of Trustees policies requires college councils to invite a representative of the faculty to attend meetings, this provision establishes no formal appointment, parliamentary standing, or defined terms, leaving student members without a consistent faculty counterpart who understands the academic environment and can corroborate student concerns, whereas Community College Board of Trustees provide no statutory provision for faculty or staff representation, meaning the student trustee is the only member with direct daily experience of the institution's academic and campus environment, a structural isolation the New York State Legislature has recognized by passing Senate Bill S4685A 2025 to add a non-voting faculty member to these boards, whereas pending legislation reflects growing consensuses that SUNY governance requires structural reform, including bills to diversify Board of Trustees composition, S1234, Senator May, and to strengthen board independence from executive influence, S627, Senator Stavisky. Whereas leading governance research recommends term limits to prevent board entrenchment and promote responsiveness to students, Harvard Law School advises that term limits ensure regular replenishment and fresh ideas. McKinsey and Company finds that effective boards have clear term limits and lengths, with institutionalized opportunities to receive input from faculty, students, and staff. And the Center for American Progress recommends establishing term limits and staggered terms, alongside faculty representation, noting that only approximately 12% of trustees have professional experience in higher education, whereas without structural safeguards such as term limits and meaningful campus-based representation, governing boards are vulnerable to priorities that diverge from the student interest, as the Center for American Progress has warned that decisions that were once guided by academic standards and institutional autonomy have become arenas for political influence and ideological control, whereas the SUNY Student Assembly has demonstrated its commitment to strengthening student participation and governance through resolutions on freedom of expression and voting, student inclusion, and policy formation. And the University Faculty Senate has shown parallel commitment through its resolution on safeguarding free expression and peaceful assembly. Now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly encourages the Governor of the State of New York and New York State Legislature to enact term limits for appointed members of the SUNY Board of Trustees, college councils, and community college board of trustees, such that no appointed member may serve more than 2 consecutive full terms, in order to promote accountability, generational diversity, and responsiveness to the evolving needs of SUNY students. Be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls upon the SUNY Board of Trustees to amend its policies to provide for at least one formally appointed non-voting faculty representative on each college council selected through a process determined by each campus's faculty governance body, with a defined term of service and recognized parliamentary standing, so that student members are not the sole campus-based voice on bodies making decisions about student conduct, campus safety, and institutional planning. Be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges the New York State Legislature to pass legislation consistent with the intent of Senate Bill S4685A 2025, providing for one ex officio, non-voting faculty or staff representative on each community college board of trustees, elected by and from the faculty and staff of the respective institution, ensuring the student trustee is no longer the only member with direct experience of the campus environment. Be it finally resolved twice that this document reflects the attitudes and decisions made by the SUNY Student Assembly, and copies shall be sent to Chancellor John B.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. I will now open the floor for discussion and debate on the resolution, with Author Peterson having the first comment.
All right, so really quickly, the TLDR of this, first off, having a non-voting faculty member on these councils, trustees, etc., just serves to have someone who has an experience in education on the board, as in from an educator's perspective. Most boards don't have that. Also, term limits. This is separate to the New York State legislation that I cited in the resolution because I don't think it goes far enough. Term limits, very important. Get some old people out, replace them with some people who might be more in touch with what people need for modern education, not education from 1975. So very straightforward. There's not too much intricacy to it. I think that's really it for explanations on it. And if I'll just do a motion to approve.
So a motion to end discussion and debate?
Yeah. Okay.
Wait. So
I'll recall it. Never mind.
Okay, so you're rescinding your motion. Okay. So we're still in discussion and debate on Resolution 14. If you have a comment to make, please raise your placards high. We have placard 52.
Hi, thank you. My name is Tegan. I'm the student president from Finger Lakes Community College. In your second to last paragraph, be it further resolved that SUNY Student Assembly urges the New York State Legislature to pass legislation consistent with the intent of Senate Bill S4685A. This seems to digress from your original point of adding term limits to the board members, and it reads very similarly to that of the Bronson bill, which we, the community colleges, worked very hard to get vetoed last year. I'm wondering if you could comment on this.
Thank you. Grant, what is your placard number? 21. Placard 21, would you like to respond? Placard 23, would you like to respond?
Sure. So I don't know the specifics of the bill just because I'm not like an expert in New York State political disputes going back years and years. I'm more just interested in the things that I think would be beneficial in general to students. So some things that are important to note with the resolution that I wrote. The main focus is, in fact, as you mentioned, term limits for the trustees. The non-voting faculty member, there's been legislation through the works for the past 8 years or so that in some way indicates that that should be a thing that these sorts of boards should have. SUNY Board of Trustees already has it. I think that if you have a voting member, that's way too far because they'll be voting on their own contracts. This just says non-voting member. I don't really see why that would be particularly controversial, especially when they are held to the same legal standards of things like non-disclosure of information that is, for whatever reason, legally privileged for the boards. So stuff like contracts, everything else. So I hope that addresses your question. I can't give you, specific details in the weeds about the Bronson bill. I think that was a couple years ago, and that might not be related to the specific legislation I cited.
Thank you. There's no back and forth. The floor is still open for discussions and comment and debate. We are at 7 minutes for the 10-minute timer on the resolutions. 30, placard 30. Sorry, Rules Committee, it's all the way on the other side of the room. 30, can you please raise your placard?
Hello. So in the resolution, it explicitly says the term, specifically having a term set for those people on the board. However, it doesn't explicitly say if, in case there is nobody to fill the role, for that role to be filled after the term ends, leaving for small schools, particularly like us, having that position open and no business being able to conduct through that person any longer. So having that being added to the resolution, it would be possible for us to vote for it, but that being absent from the resolution makes us not able to vote for it because it will go against what we are able to do. So if any comments are made to help me understand better, maybe I'm wrong, I will love to hear it. Thank you.
Thank you. Placard 22, would you like to respond?
So I kind of glossed over it in my just brief explanation of the resolution, but the bigger problem with SUNY is just that literally everybody is over their terms. You have people who are on most of the boards of trustees, councils, etc., who have been there for 25, 30 years, and it's just ridiculous. You'll have someone die on one of the boards of trustees because they're 97 years old, and then they don't replace them for 3 or 4 years because it takes forever to get anything done in politics. So in terms of replacing people on boards of trustees, I mean, you have the same problem whether or not it's because you have term limits. I don't really think it's a very good criticism of the bill, although I understand where you're coming from in having qualified people, and you have something like a small county or a small college where it's just hard to pull people from other parts of the states who might be interested in serving on a board of trustees, because not everybody would be interested in that. I can understand where that could be a problem, but again, as I said, most of the issue is just that you have people who have been on these boards for decades, and it applies to SUNY as well, where they're just there for decades, and nobody takes them out of office. All right, response over.
Thank you. The floor is open. We have 4 minutes left from the 10-minute timer. Please raise your placards high if you wish to speak. We have placard 97. Can we please get a round of applause for Rules Committee for running around with mics?
Hi, thank you so much. I will also be voting against this resolution. I believe the entire purpose of these extended terms is to promote the prolonged institutional knowledge, experience in representation, and membership for incoming board members. I believe that limiting their terms would hinder their ability to advocate for students because of the significant amount of time needed to adjust to their roles. Additionally, student members should be their own advocates. I see no reason why non-voting faculty members should have any part in this. And yeah, just please vote against it. I don't like this bill.
Thank you. Placard 43. There's a motion to end discussion and debate. Is there a second? There's a second by 83. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposing, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes in the favor has it, and discussion and debate closes. Do we have a motion to adopt the resolution? Motion by 88. Is this by unanimous consent or placard? All those in, is there a second? By 96. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. There's a point of inquiry. Who did the point of inquiry? 51.
Hi. Out of curiosity, is it possible to adopt the resolution with certain amendments made, and like considering the points?
So amendments would have, you could have motioned to do an amendment prior to us being in a period of voting now. Okay. We are in a period of voting, so we will proceed with that. That said, all those in favor of adopting resolution, please raise your placards high, and please raise them high if you're in favor of adopting the resolution. Do we have any online? I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. All those opposing to adopt the resolution, please raise your placards high. All those opposing to adopt the resolution, please raise your placards high and keep them raised till a member of Rules Committee calls on you. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Guys, tell me new phrases. Instead of I ask the General Assembly for some silence, I should start saying something else. This is including online. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 160-0, the motion does not carry and the resolution is not adopted. Decorum, I ask the General Assembly to have decorum. I ask the General Assembly to have decorum. Dakota, go down 15. Resolution 15. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 15.
Resolution 25-26, 015 GA, equitable funding, closing the gap. Sponsor, Delta Aki. Co-sponsor, SUNY Westchester Community College, SGA. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration.
I will ask that if you are a voting delegate, please do not leave the room. If you are a voting delegate, please don't leave the room. And then obviously I ask the General Assembly for some silence.
Whereas community colleges have enrolled 163,577 students combined, and four-year institutions have 166,578 undergraduate students, meaning the total split of undergraduate students is 49.55% to 50.45%, almost an exact 50-50 split. And whereas the community college student population is made up of 46.84% full-time students and 53.16% of part-time students. In other words, 75,561 students are full-time, while 88,017 students are part-time. And whereas the four-year institutions are made up of 88.47% of full-time students and 11.53% part-time students. In other words, 147,376 students are full-time, while 19,202 students are part-time. And whereas community colleges disproportionately serve part-time students, including but not limited to working adults, parents, first-generation students, and low-income populations in comparison to four-year institution. And whereas the state of New York funds its institutions according to the full-time equivalent FTE model, meaning institutions are provided state appropriations based on the primary funding factor of FTE enrollment, and whereas a full-time student is considered 15 credits within the state of New York, while to be eligible for the Pell Grant and TAP is only 12 credits, leading more students to be considered part-time as some students aim for the minimum requirements for aid, and whereas any student who is not taking 15 credits per semester is considered a part-time student. In accordance with our funding model, a student who takes 12 credits is equivalent to 0.8 in value, and whereas community college students serve part-time students, often at a ratio of 1:2, leading to structural underfunding because these students are only partially counted under the FTE funding model despite utilizing institutional resources. Whereas according to the Center of American Progress, the nationwide funding gap between the community college sector and the four-year sector is $78 billion. In summary, community colleges are likely to receive on average $8,800 less in education revenue per student enrolled in four-year institutions. Whereas funding directly relates to student outcomes, a 10% increase in institutional spending increases the number of community college credentials awarded by about 14.5% in the first and second years following the spending change. Whereas per student funding disparities between community colleges and public four-year institutions contribute to inequalities in staffing, faculty, infrastructure, academic programming, and student support services. Whereas according to the 2023 Community College Survey of Student Engagement, CCSSE, which included 61,085 students from 149 community colleges, reported that 1/3 of participants expressed not knowing where to find mental health treatment, a gap that was pronounced particularly among Hispanic or Latinx students. Among that survey, 42% of participants never sought any help. A lack of available resources was identified as the most significant barrier to seeking care. And whereas according to a 2016 study by the Wisconsin Hope Lab in a partnership with the Association of Community College Trustees, the ratio of mental health counselors to students at community colleges is found to be 1 counselor per 3,000 students, significantly less than their four-year counterparts who on average have 1 counselor per 1,600 students. Whereas this inequality exacerbates the mental health crisis as students who cannot afford outside support are left waiting for availability, a lack of accessibility that is prominent within community colleges. As a 2016-2019 Healthy Mind study states, financial constraints were the most common barrier among community college students, while students at four-year institutions cited time constraints as their biggest barrier. Whereas community colleges often enroll higher percentages of economically disadvantaged students who require additional institutional support services, which can only be provided if the college has funds to do so. Whereas according to the SUNY enrollment data of fall 2025, 55.6% of historically underrepresented minorities attend community colleges, whereas the Faculty Council of Community Colleges has expressed in their open letter to Governor Kathy Hochul how the state of New York has a significant gap between the four-year institutions and community colleges, and whereas the disparity between distribution of state funding to community colleges, 11.7K per student FTE in New York State, and four-year institutions, 17.9K per student FTE in New York State, in fiscal year 2024, according to SHEEO, total 7 educational revenue, including state financial aid in New York's community colleges, 16.8K per student FTE, also lags four-year institutions, 24K per student FTE, according to SHEEO, whereas this disparity is especially consequential for New York State's operated community colleges, whose finances are shaped not only by state decisions, but also by local sponsor capacity, enrollment volatility, I don't know how to say that one, and the high cost of sustaining open access student support systems, whereas according to SHEEO, changes in state appropriation have the most impact in two-year institutions, as four-year institutions have more access to alternative forms of funding, including but not limited to increase of tuition out-of-state students, research, and so forth, whereas Deming and Walter 2018 find that an increase in state appropriations to an institution has no impact on the total number of credentials awarded, certificates and degrees in that year, but has a positive effect on total awards in subsequent years. It's getting late. A 10% increase in institutional spending increased credentials awarded at community colleges by 14.5%, and BA attainment at four-year institutions by 4.5%, whereas at public two-year institutions, a $1,000 increase in state funding per FTE would result in 216,029 more associate degrees awarded in the following year and 216,623 more associate degrees awarded 2 years later. At public four-year institutions, the same $1,000 increase in state appropriations per FTE would result in an estimated 75,046 more bachelor degrees awarded 2 years later and 73,738 more bachelor's degrees awarded 3 years later. A $1,000 decrease in state appropriations may have the opposite effect on credentials awarded and may result in the same magnitude of decreases of awards in the years following the funding decrease. Does SHEEO, a simulation based on Deming's and Walter's research, whereas the last SUNY Student Assembly passed Resolution 25-26-007GA, system-wide fair funding model, signifying an interest within SUNY SA to receive more equitable funding across the state and all institutions, including community colleges, whereas the Assembly Bill A8504 is currently within the committee of the Senate of New York. This bill enacts the New York State Community College Funding Stability Act, which is focused on closing the gap between two-year institutions, providing community colleges with stable funding even in times of low enrollment, and now therefore be it resolved, the SUNY Student Assembly calls to formally advocate for a revision of the SUNY full-time equivalency model to follow the full-time student definition of financial aid at 12 credits a semester, rather than the current 15 credits for on-time graduation. Be it further resolved, the SUNY Student Assembly calls to formally advocate for a revision of the SUNY funding model to incorporate total headcount enrollment as a factor in state aid allocation. And be it further resolved, the SUNY Student Assembly calls on the state of New York to adopt a hybrid funding model where colleges can be funded according to merit need basis plus enrollment. And be it further resolved, the SUNY Student Assembly urge the state of New York to examine and address the structural funding gap between community colleges and public four-year institutions. Be it further resolved that SUNY Student Assembly calls for creation of additional community college aid, where two-year institutions can receive additional funds in accordance to student need, such as student support services, counselor-to-student ratio, food pantry usage, institution-by-institution equity matching plan to offset county-by-county disparities, allowing community colleges to advocate for themselves in accordance to each individual's institutional needs, and be it finally resolved that SUNY Student Assembly supports policies that ensure equitable per-student funding across SUNY campuses in order to strengthen student outcomes institutional stability, and long-term workforce development.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. Now we will open the floor for discussion and debate with author being, can the author being 110, placard 110, can Rules Committee please give them the mic, being the first to lead in discussion and debate.
Hello, everyone. My name is Delta Aoki. I come from SUNY Westchester Community College. I'm the treasurer. Just want to start off with this little blurb. Many of the student governments within community colleges face challenges in accomplishing initiatives. This is not due to a lack of effort, but rather largely due to lack of funding. This is not simply an issue that affects student-led initiatives, but also student resources and support services, therefore affecting the broader campus life and experiences among community college students. This is a challenge that affects not just our SUNY system, but also colleges across the nation. There's a $78 billion gap between community college sector and foreign institutions. This is constantly increasing. This resolution offers the SUNY system the first step to equalize the gap that is so apparent all across our nation. How can we possibly fight food insecurity, ensure our student body is taken care of, and have the funds to enact SUNY SA resolutions onto our campuses if we are at such a disadvantage? Part-time students are still students, and our funding should reflect that. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is now open for discussion and debate. 88.
Thank you. I just had a question for our author. I'm looking at the resolution, and under the second and third whereas on the second page, it states that a full-time student is considered 15 credits within the state of New York, and later states that any student who is not taking 15 credits per semester is considered a part-time student. I'm not certain if it's different at WCC. At SUNY Poly, full-time status is 12 credits. That is what marks you as a full-time student. So I just was curious if I could get a little more clarification on that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Would you like to respond? The floor is
Yes,
yours.
so our college, at Westchester Community College, we're also full-time at 12 credits per student in order to get financial aid such as TAP and the Pell Grant. Unfortunately, according to our state laws, 15 credits is full-time due to on-time graduation. If you're 12 credits, you're automatically a part-time student and are not a full-time student. I'm currently taking 12 credits, and my college has been urging me to take one more class so I can be considered full-time, so they can get the full amount of money that they would get if I was 15 credits per semester. This is across the SUNY system. It's not just our college. This is a state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Please raise your placards high. 51.
I just wanted to say thank you for the clarification. I wanted to motion to end discussion and debate.
There's a motion to end discussion and debate. Is there a second? Second by 83. Is all those in favor, please say aye. All those opposing, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes have it, and as chair, I will say that was 2/3 in the approval of the motion to end discussion and debate. Would you like to proceed with placard voting? So there is. Sorry, what? So you can't make an amendment right now because we have already voted and I've already given a decision on a voice vote for a motion to end discussion and debate. So now we will be going into a placard vote on the motion to end discussion and debate. Placard 97. It was a voice vote. Voice votes don't have dissent. You either oppose by saying nay or you are in favor by saying aye, and then the chair makes the decision of what the room is saying. With that, we are in a period of voting on the motion to end discussion and debate, unless, yeah, we are in a period of motion, we are in a period of voting. Yeah, so we are now because of that motion, we are in a period of voting with placard on doing, on ending discussion and debate. So all those in favor of ending discussion and debate, please raise your placards high for resolution 15. Please raise your placards high and please raise it only high for one of the options. You got it. Just go count votes. You got it. All those opposing to end discussion and debate on resolution 15, please raise your placards high. General Assembly, I will ask for some silence. The Rules Committee can count votes. Please raise your placards high if you are opposing to end discussion and debate on resolution 15. All those abstaining on the motion to end discussion and debate on resolution 15, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 53-8-1, the motion carries, and now I will entertain a motion to adopt resolution 15. We have a motion to adopt resolution 15 by 99. Is this by unanimous consent? Yes. Placard 99, is this by unanimous consent? So since there is dissent, we're going to go in a period of voting. All those in, and it was seconded by 16, all those in favor of adopting Resolution 15, please raise your placards high. All those in favor of adopting Resolution 15, please raise your placards high till a member of Rules Committee points you out. General Assembly, please keep discussions to a minimum. I love it. All those opposing to adopt Resolution 15, please raise your placards high. All those opposing to adopt Resolution 15, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining on the motion to adopt Resolution 15, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining on the motion to adopt Resolution 15, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 47-8-1, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Thank you so much. Yes. We will be moving on to Resolution 16.
Motion to reconsider the previous question. There was someone who was trying to make an amendment to the resolution we just passed. I think that should be considered. Several others have just come up to me and asked for discussion and additional clarification on the resolution. While the resolution might still have support amongst our assembly, I don't think we discussed it for as long as we should have. So I'd like to call for a motion to reconsider the previous question.
I can speak on that. I talked to the author.
Lauren, out of order. I'm so sorry. I'm going to consult OGC. placard. Placard 88. Mike.
I'd like to rescind the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We will be moving on to Resolution 16. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 16. And I will ask the General Assembly for some silence. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence, specifically the left side of the room. I will ask for some silence as Secretary Richter goes over and reads the resolution.
Resolution 25-26-016 GA. Support for student donor leave attendance policy across SUNY campuses. Sponsor Lauren Fanter, Thomas Sanford, Marian Alfaki, Mayori Bhattacharjee. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas approximately 18,000 patients are diagnosed annually with life-threatening blood cancers for whom a bone marrow or peripheral blood stem cell transplant may be their only hope for a cure. For these patients, finding a compatible donor is a matter of life and death, and the pool of available donors must be as large and accessible as possible to maximize the chance of a match. And whereas the most urgently needed donors are individuals between the ages of 18 and 35, as research demonstrates that cells from younger donors lead to significantly better long-term survival outcomes for patients, this age range directly encompasses the SUNY student body across all campuses, making SUNY's more than 400,000 enrolled students a uniquely critical population for the National Donor Registry. And whereas donation dates are not determined by the donor schedule, but by the patient's treatment team, based on the patient's evolving medical condition and transplant timeline, schedules can change at any time, and delays can cause the patient's disease to worsen or return. This makes timely donor patient genuinely life-saving and entirely outside the donor's control. And whereas the donation process itself imposes a multi-day medical commitment on student donors, 90% of donations involve peripheral blood stem cells, PBSC, which require 5 consecutive days of injections prior to the procedure to mobilize stem cells into the bloodstream. This medical preparation period, combined with the donation itself, creates an absence that is not reschedulable and cannot be made to fit a standard academic calendar. And whereas current laws at both state and federal levels already recognize the importance of protecting donors from adverse consequences, under New York Labor Law 202-B, all New York State employees are granted up to 7 days of paid leave for bone marrow donation and up to 30 days for organ donation. Federal employees are entitled to the same protections without loss of pay, leave, or credit for service. New York law further prohibits employers from retaliating against any employee who requests or obtains such leave. These robust workplace protections establish a clear legal and moral precedent that the same consideration should be extended to SUNY students. And whereas many SUNY campuses already host active NMDP campus chapters and have documented histories of conducting donor registration, drives led by students, faculty, and staff. By encouraging students to join the registry, SUNY institutions have implicitly committed to supporting those students if they are called to donate, and yet no system-wide policy exists to formalize or guarantee that support. Whereas existing SUNY campus attendance policies already expect faculty to make reasonable alternative accommodations for students facing significant illness, tragedy, or personal emergencies, bone marrow and peripheral blood stem cell donation, a physically demanding, time-sensitive, and unreschedulable act with direct life-saving consequences for another person, clearly meets and exceeds this standard, yet no system-wide policy exists to ensure consistent protection for student donors across SUNY campuses. And whereas a formal policy framed around reasonable flexibility rather than accommodation avoids confusion with ADA compliance frameworks while preserving academic integrity, such a policy would require students to provide a verification letter from the transplant physician or coordinator describing the necessary time requirements and would establish a default of up to 3 days of flexibility, unless a physician specifies otherwise, ensuring that only verified, unreschedulable, donation-related absences are covered, and enacted, the SUNY Student Assembly calls upon SUNY administration and governance councils at all campuses to adopt a formal donor leave attendance policy that guarantees reasonable scheduling flexibility to students selected as bone marrow or peripheral blood stem cell donors in recognition of the time-sensitive and life-saving nature of these procedures. And be it further enacted, the SUNY Student Assembly urges all SUNY campus faculty to maintain reasonable flexibility for student donors, allowing a maximum of 3 days of accommodation unless otherwise specified by the transplant physician and/or coordinator when the donation cannot be rescheduled due to the medical needs of the recipient. And be it further enacted that the SUNY Student Assembly recommends that all SUNY campuses require student donors to coordinate with their transplant physician or coordinator to provide a verification letter to the student support team describing the time requirements necessary for all donation-related activities in order to receive the protections afforded by this policy. And be it finally enacted, the SUNY Student Assembly encourages all SUNY campuses to actively promote bone marrow and stem cell donor registration among students in recognition of the fact that SUNY student population falls within the most urgently needed donor age range of 18 to 35 years old. Now therefore be it resolved, establishing a formal donor leave attendance policy across SUNY campuses is a necessary and overdue step to protect students who undertake the life-saving act of bone marrow and stem cell donation, a process whose timing is dictated not by the student, but by the medical needs of a critically ill patient. And be it finally resolved that this resolution reflects the collective consensus of the SUNY SA General Assembly and urges immediate action to protect student donors across all SUNY campuses.
Thank you. The floor is now open for debate and discussion between Laurent, Thomas, and Mariam. Who is the one who would like to? Thomas, perfect. Placard 40, you have the floor to present the resolution.
All right, good evening, folks. I will keep this one very brief. August of last year, I was matched to be a stem cell donor for a 41-year-old man who was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. Had his condition not worsened and he was no longer eligible to take this donation, I would have had to fly across the country, get a week's worth of injections, and have my stem cells taken from my bloodstream to be injected into his to rebuild his immune system. The alternative being I would have undergone an operative procedure to remove bone marrow, which would then be given to him. I spoke to my school about this. If I did that, I would have had to add a month of educational time to take 1 week off because it was at an inconvenient time for the school for me to take that off because it had been in my emergency medicine block. This policy is to make it so that if another student was in my shoes, they could take that time off and not face academic penalties and literally save someone's life.
Thank you. Placard 98.
I'd just like to motion to amend this resolution to the most updated one that we've sent. Just the reason is because the most updated one, there's not really any content change. It's more so just like there's a lot more facts and situational factors included in it, and so it just gives you a lot more context, especially as you guys go back to your campuses and hopefully try to implement similar resolutions over there.
Thank you. Can the authors please remind me where that was last circulated with me, the most updated ones? And then I will have the authors say what the amendment is, and we will also circulate the most updated version of the resolution with the General Assembly. Yes, please send it to Secretary Richter, who will distribute it with the General Assembly. And then Mariam, I will have you, or Thomas, I will have you guys state out what the amendment is and what the addition is, just to point it out for the General Assembly.
So do I just read out the amendments?
Yes, please.
Okay. From 2020 to 2024, there were 6,527 searching patients in need of a transplant in the state of New York. Furthermore, as of 2024, there are 405,987 New York State residents who are signed up as potential donors on the National Donor Registry, including pre-transplant workup, travel, and recovery. 90% of donations involve peripheral blood stem cells, and the remaining 10% of donations include recovery of bone marrow via a surgical procedure. While these can be self-administered, this medical preparation period combined with the donation itself creates an absence that is not reschedulable and cannot be made to fit a standard academic calendar. In regards to the pre-transplant workup, potential donors are asked to complete confirmation testing via blood work, a physical examination, and a comprehensive risk assessment. Furthermore, if selected for a PBSC donation, the donor will need 5 consecutive days of filgrastim injections to mobilize stem cells into their bloodstream. These processes, while extensive, can be worked into the donor's daily schedule. In regards to travel, 90% of the time, donors are asked to donate to a patient in a different state than where they live. And nearly 40% of the time, donors must travel by airplane to reach their donation site. Based on current attendance policies, this travel may not be considered an acceptable excused absence and can often not be mitigated due to limited availability of donation sites. In regards to recovery, 98% of PBSC donors complete their donation within 4 to 8 hour sessions. 2% of the time, donors are asked to conduct a 2-day donation. For bone marrow donors, nearly 1/3 are asked to remain in the hospital overnight for recovery and monitoring. Furthermore, the New York State Assembly and Senate have both passed legislation working to increase enrollment to the donor registry via registration at the Department of Motor Vehicles via A05122A and S03335, respectively. Many SUNY campuses already host active donor recruitment efforts in collaboration with NMDP, Gift of Life, and/or DKMS, and have documented histories of conducting donor registration drives led by students, faculty, and staff. Bone marrow and peripheral blood stem cell donation, a physically demanding, time-sensitive, and unreschedulable act with direct life-saving consequences for another person, clearly should meet and exceed the standard, yet no system-wide policy exists to ensure clarification and consistent protection for student donors across SUNY campuses. Such a policy would work to clarify expectations of both the instructor and student while ensuring the student is enabled to conduct this life-saving donation. A policy protecting student donors has been implemented at only one university thus far, Texas A&M University. Student Rule 72210 defines that required pre-donation and donation activities for a student selected as a donor of a transplant such as bone marrow, stem cells, and organs, provided that it cannot be rescheduled, qualify as an excused absence. If enacted, SUNY will be the first statewide public institution to establish a policy protecting student donors. And I think that's all the amendments.
Thank you. Secretary Richter is working on circulating this with the body. Placard 96.
I just wanted to add and reiterate that this is a right that SUNY employees have that students currently do not. If a SUNY employee were to match, they would be able to take time off. And then I would like to end that with a motion to end discussion.
Okay, so 3 steps back, just for the body and for you, Lauren. There is a motion to amend. We still need a second on that motion. Then we will be going into discussion on the amendment, and then we'll be going from there. While Secretary Richter circulates the new amendment, since the author said it out loud, we can begin discussions. So is there a second to that amendment? There's a second by 39. We will now open the floor for discussion on the amendment to the resolution. Placard 41.
Good evening, everybody. I just want to say this. This isn't an abstract to me. I joined the Marrow Registry years ago, and in 2022, I got the call, and I was a match. I donated peripheral blood stem cells to someone I probably will never meet, a 50-year-old man in England who needed it to survive. And the truth is, it's not as scary as people think, and for most donors, it's similar to just giving blood, just a little bit longer. The real challenge is getting people to sign up. People assume it won't be them, or they just don't know enough. That's why this matters, because the awareness of this saves lives. Even if one person signs up because of this and they become a match, it's not policy anymore. You're literally saving a life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I say one more thing real quick?
Sure.
If anybody has any questions about the donation process, please come speak to me. My name is Ryan Shook. Thank you.
Thank you. Secretary Richter, once the new amended resolution is circulated, please give me confirmation so I can inform the body. We're still in discussion and debate on the amendment that was suggested. There's a motion to adopt the amendment to the resolution by unanimous consent. Is there a second? 38. Is there any No. Placard 40, can you please restate your motion? And yes, give me 1 second to consult with rules.
The updated resolution has just been distributed to your email.
Placard 40, to end discussion and debate and to adopt the amendment, would you rephrase your motion to end discussion and debate on the amendment to the resolution and adopt the resolution? Thank you. For the body, Secretary Richter just circulated the resolution as well. There's a motion to end discussion and debate on the amendment to the resolution and adopt the amendment to the resolution by unanimous consent. Is there a second? There's a second by 51. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, the amendment is adopted. All right, so now we're back in discussion and debate on Resolution 16, Placard 110. So are you motioning to end discussion and debate on the resolution? There's a motion to end discussion and debate on Resolution 16. Is there a second? Second by 33. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. Discussion and debate for this resolution has ended. Is there a motion to adopt this resolution? There's a motion by 96. Is this by unanimous consent?
Yeah.
There's a motion to adopt the resolution, to adopt Resolution 16 by unanimous consent. Is there a second? There's a second by 100. Any dissent? Seeing none, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. There's a point of information by Placard 68.
I just want to know what happens to the resolutions we don't get to tonight. Are those coming to the EC then? Or?
Correct.
Oh, lovely.
Let me give you a slightly longer answer than yes. Yes, if you table the resolutions for the next executive committee meeting. So if you decide to make that motion, they go over to the executive committee meeting. That said, we will move down our agenda to Resolution 17. There, Placard 39. To wait, what?
While Amira consults with OGC, I do want to give you guys one final reminder that if you are missing a black pair of glasses, one temple, I have them up here for you. I still have them. So if you can't see, and you haven't been able to see for the past, 7 hours, I've still got them. I'm keeping them here for you. This person cannot see close up.
Okay. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. So we are on Resolution 17, and we have a motion on the floor to waive the reading of the resolution by the author. This motion was made by the author. For context for the General Assembly, if this motion passes, here's what we can do. As I was reviewing the resolutions when they were coming in, I was creating summaries for all of these resolutions because they would come up in discussion with either the authors, Rules Committee, or OGC for review. So I have summaries for these resolutions prepared, which I can read to the General Assembly. If the author decides to waive the entire reading. So I'll give the General Assembly a summary of the resolution, and the resolution itself was distributed to the General Assembly days prior to the meeting. There's a point of inquiry by 51.
Hi. Is it possible that she can just say why she wrote it in that explanation, and then we go into a period?
So I will give the summary as like 2 to 3 sentences. I'll give that, and then the author will still be the first one to present their resolution during discussion. Now, do we have a second on the motion to waive the reading for Resolution 17? There's a second by 43. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. I will proceed with giving a summary for Resolution 17, the summary that I had prepared for Rules Committee. It's like sentences. So this resolution calls for review of vendor contracts and development of baseline privacy standards to protect student data across SUNY. It advocates for stronger oversight and system-wide privacy safeguards. And then I will now open the floor for discussion and debate with the author having the floor.
Thank you all so much. I know it's super late at night, and so I will try to answer all parts of the resolution while still being brief. The reason that I brought this to the floor is that a lot of people are talking about AI. EdTech is expanding at a rapid rate, and a lot of universities are talking about, they have hundreds of thousands in their budgets to go and discuss things about AI governance, extra additions to tech that they're going to be buying in the next year or two. However, the law that we have that is currently protecting student privacy and data information, basically whatever you log into using your student ID, whatever you do using your student email, is protected by something called FERPA, which was created by DOE in 1974. It was created for when we had paper files. It was updated in 2008, before we had cloud systems, before you had huge amounts of metadata, before we had the AI boom. So, there are laws that are currently passed as of 2014. California and the UC system have very effectively created privacy protection laws outside of government, right? They've done state laws. One of them is called AB 1584. It actually forces vendors to have a baseline set of 9 protections on how you use our data, keep our data, disclose our data, and you have to delete that data once you stop working with the student or their university. These are pretty normal things that I think we can expect of tech companies that are going to be working with us, but they are not currently being implemented or enforced to any degree in New York. They are to a certain extent with law ED2D, but those are for K through 12. So there is an opportunity here for the state, for SUNY, to literally take something that is already working, not just for California, but even for the New York state system, and to just extend those protections up to university students. And this will not only protect whatever you have with your university login, it will also protect what happens when you use Chrome, right? If you finish an exam and you were studying or you went to a different site, whatever browser history you had, whatever metadata or cookies you had cannot be tracked, sold, or used without your explicit consent. And this would also require universities to review all of their existing contracts to make updates on their next negotiations, which can only protect us. And this is only going to get worse, right? As tech companies get bigger, as AI gets bigger, our control and ownership of our data is only going to get harder. And so it can't hurt to try and explain to SUNY that they should, take proactive action and, bring things that are already working up to the university level. If there are any questions, I'm happy to answer.
Thank you. The floor is open for discussion and debate. Placard 51. Placard 51, please raise your placard.
Thank you so much for caring about us and our safety. I really appreciate it, and you do make a really good point. I would like to motion to end discussion and debate.
There's a motion to end discussion and debate. Is there a second? Second by 15. All those in favor to end discussion and debate, please say aye. All those opposed to ending discussion and debate, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes for in favor has it, and discussion and debate is now closed. We will be moving. I will now entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 17. There's a motion by 73. Is there a second? There is a second by 14. All those, was the motion made by unanimous consent? The motion was made by unanimous consent. Is there any dissent? There is a dissent by 88. All those in favor, please raise your placards high. All those in favor of adopting the resolution, please raise your placards high. All those opposed to adopting Resolution 17, please raise your placards high. All those opposed to adopting Resolution 17, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining on adopting Resolution 17, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. In a vote of 49-0-0, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. We will be moving on to Resolution 18. Okay, perfect. Secretary Richter, please read Resolution 18.
Resolution 25-26-018 GA. Resolution urging SUNY to increase funding for facilities, departments at SUNY campuses. Sponsor Faith Graham and Triana Burgos Farnan, State University of New York at Morrisville, SUNY Morrisville. The following is respectfully submitted to the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York for consideration. Whereas the State University of New York, SUNY serves 1.3 million students across 64 campuses and is responsible for providing safe, healthy, and well-maintained living environments. And whereas residential facilities play a critical role in student health and well-being, academic success, and student retention. And whereas many SUNY campuses have reported aging resident halls, major issues with cleanliness, deferred maintenance, and insufficient staffing levels, and whereas facilities personnel are essential to keeping campuses clean and well-maintained, but are lacking resources to keep facilities in a well-maintained condition, and whereas students are more successful and have a stronger sense of belonging when they live in a space that is clean and well-maintained, and now therefore be it resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges the SUNY Board of Trustees to review facilities services across all SUNY campuses, giving priority to campuses with less than 3,500 students, identifying institutions in critical need of support, residential facilities maintenance, cleaning operations, and preventative infrastructure care, and be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls on the State of New York to allocate additional capital and operational funding to address deferred maintenance, cleanliness of buildings, modernize aging residence halls, and support sustainable long-term facilities planning. And be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly calls for increased funding dedicated to wages for facilities personnel. And be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly supports efforts to improve recruitment, retention, and professional development for facility staff, recognizing their essential role in student health, safety, and quality of life. And be it further resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly advocates for the implementation of standardized cleanliness and maintenance benchmarks across SUNY residential facilities to ensure equitable living conditions for all students. And be it finally resolved that the SUNY Student Assembly urges SUNY's system administration, campus leadership, and facilities departments to maintain ongoing and transparent communication with student governments regarding residential maintenance needs, staffing capacity, and cleanliness standards, ensuring accountability and collaborative progress towards safer, healthier, and more well-maintained living environments across all SUNY campuses.
Thank you, Secretary Richter. The floor is now open for discussion and debate with Triana. And Triana, what's your placard number?
68.
Placard 68
How could I forget?
having the floor.
I'd like to start with our key contributor here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Faith Graham. I'm the secretary of SUNY Morrisville's SGO, and I'm also
Apologies, Faith. I will ask the General Assembly for some silence, particularly the left corner of the room. Please have some respect for the author as they present their resolutions.
I'm also one of the head resident assistants, so I work very closely with Residence Life. So our resolution is mainly asking for just a general increase in funding to facilities departments. Being heavily involved with Residence Life and with student government, we get a lot of concerns from our students about overall cleanliness and the condition of all of our buildings, but also mainly our dorm halls. Our campus, just like a lot of small schools, is extremely stretched thin in their overall budget, and that has led to a decrease in our facilities budget to the point where we just simply do not have the money to hire enough people to sufficiently clean all of our buildings. We have people who are facilities personnel are in charge of 3 or 4 or more dorm halls a day, all housing over 100 students, and that is just simply not enough people to keep them clean. So we are asking SUNY to review budgets and see and try and get some more money for our facilities so that our students can live in good conditions, because the conditions that they're living in now are not good at all.
Thank you.
What she said.
The floor is now open for discussion and debate. Placard 17.
Thank you. I'm Nick Smith, president of the Buffalo State Student Government. I just want to give a brief share of our experience with Buffalo State, what we had happen earlier this fall. Earlier this fall, we had a pipe burst in one of our residential halls, which left all of our halls without hot water for 2.5 weeks, and it left all junior and senior halls without hot water and showers, sinks, everything like that for about 4 weeks. And it was because we didn't have the funding to fix that pipe before it burst. So this is a personal issue for both myself and my vice president that we were trying to urge for increased funding with SUNY.
Thank you. The floor is open. Placard 51.
As a resident student at Farmingdale State College and a previous summer housing assistant, I definitely am in agreement with this resolution. There's a lot of construction going on our campus as we speak, actually, and we have open house tomorrow, and it's going to be amazing with all the construction. But I do want to end discussion and I want a motion to end discussion.
There's a motion to end discussion and debate. Is there a second? Second by 43. All those in favor, please say aye. All those opposing, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes have it, and discussion and debate is closed. Is there a motion to adopt Resolution 18? There's a motion to adopt Resolution 18 by placard 88. Is this by unanimous consent? This is by unanimous consent. Is there a second? Second by 38. Is there any dissent? Seeing none, the motion carries and the resolution is adopted. Moving on to Resolution 19, Secretary Richter. There's a motion. Hold on just a second. This is 19, right? I just want to fact check what he's saying. Okay. Yeah. There was a point of inquiry.
I just wanted to ask.
What's your placard number?
Oh, 50, sorry.
Placard 50 has a point of inquiry.
I just wanted to ask, in the first email, how many resolutions were sent? Because in the second email, I saw 5. So I think that's what Thomas was referring to.
Correct. So in the first, when the agenda was circulated, it had 8 resolutions on it up till resolution 18. Resolution 19 and till 23 were sent to the Rules Committee prior to agenda circulation. So Rules Committee did still get a chance to review it. And those are the resolutions that were added to the floor today with rules approval because we did approve them. That said, there is a motion. Can you please restate your motion? And is the motion to table them till next EC? Okay. So there is a motion on the floor to table resolutions 19 to 23 to a future date. Is this date being set by executive board, executive committee, the GA? Placard 40.
I'm sorry, to clarify, this would be tabling it to the next executive committee meeting, which is the next time SA meets.
Okay, so there's a motion on the floor to table resolutions 19 to 23 to the next executive committee meeting. There is another point of inquiry from
51.
Placard 51.
Yeah. For clarity amongst like the General Assembly, can you just when is the next meeting for the executive branch? Just so that we're all aware and we can make an informed decision.
The next executive committee meeting is on May 30th, 2026, held over Zoom. May 30th, correct. There's a point of information by Placard 73.
Hi, sorry. I don't want to keep us later than we have to be, but my resolution is the next resolution. It's about capital funding, and it is time sensitive. And I did submit
What's
it.
the point of information?
Can we open a period of brief discussion?
Brief discussion on what?
To
I'm sorry,
continue-
I will not recognize that. That's not a point of information. That said, there was a motion on the floor to table resolutions 9. There was a motion on the floor to table resolutions 19 to 23 to the next executive committee meeting, which is on May 30th, 2026. So is there a second to the motion? Is there a second? There's a second by 42. Was there an amendment to the motion? No. So placard 91, is there an amendment to the motion? Can we please get a mic to placard 91? I will ask the General Assembly members to please not shout whatever you're trying to say to me so I can hear the person who is talking, and then I will recognize you in order. Placard 91, is there an amendment to the motion?
I would like to amend the motion to table the resolutions 20 through 23 and still address 19 today.
20 to 23. Placard 40.
I will accept that, so we will move to 19.
So you
now.
will not be accepting that because that would need a second. What you could do is rescind your motion and restate it.
I will rescind the motion, and we can continue working through our resolutions and not fill any of our caucus seats. Let's keep
So
voting
the
on
motion,
resolutions.
Decorum. The motion at this point has been rescinded. Unless there is another motion that I can entertain, we will go with business. Placard 44.
Okay. So I would like to make a new motion that we entertain resolutions 19 and 20 and then table the remaining.
So is your motion to table resolutions 21 to 23 to the next EC meeting? Yes. So there's a motion on the floor to table resolutions 21 to 20.
19 and 20. We entertain 19 and 20, table the remaining.
Yeah, so 21 to 23 to the next EC meeting, which is on May 30th, held over Zoom. Is there a second? There's a second by 43, and then we have a point of inquiry.
Thank you.
By 51.
I was just curious when we're supposed to be doing caucus elections if they don't happen tonight.
Okay.
Are they on the agenda for tomorrow?
So we do not have any business meeting scheduled for tomorrow. For the General Assembly and for context, if we don't get to caucus elections tonight, and for those of you who have been to SUNY SA conferences in the past, when you don't get to elections during the fall conference, they are held over Zoom virtually. This is usually in collaboration with the current Vice President and the Vice President-elect. They communicate with the campuses. And they hold caucus elections virtually. Does that answer your question, Placard 51? Thank you. That said, I will like to remind the General Assembly we have about 40 minutes left till we have to leave this meeting room. Regardless, we have the meeting room till 11:45. That is when we have to, regardless of where we are on the agenda, adjourn the meeting. There was a motion on the floor to table resolutions 21 to 23, and then it was seconded by Placard 43. So we will be going into a period of discussion and debate on the motion to table resolution 21 to 23. Placard 14.
I just want to mention that resolutions 21 and 23 are all coming from Brockport, and they all have to relate to student equity and access. I don't think it's equitable or accessible adjourn and to table 21 to 23 and still keep 19 on the floor. I think at that point you should adjourn all 4 of them to give equitable access and to give time for all resolutions.
Thank you, placard 43. Placard 68. Placard 68, please hold your placard for Rules Committee to... We're going in discussion and debate on the motion and then into voting. Placard 68.
I just want to say again, per our bylaws, technically any of the resolutions that we should be bringing up and discussing, we should have had 7 days before to actually be able to talk with our students. So I would say it would be most equitable for all of these resolutions that we didn't get until this morning to be tabled. But that is just my personal opinion. Thank you, because I didn't get a chance to talk with my students at this at all.
The floor is still open on discussion and debate for tabling resolutions 21 to 23. Placard 91.
I just want to say that Resolution 19 is time sensitive due to the asks related to the New York State budget process, which is currently ongoing. That is why I was originally asking not to table 19, but I do see Triana's point of the time-sensitive nature. Thank you.
Thank you. The floor is still open for discussion and debate. As chair, I will be setting a 10-minute timer on discussion and debate starting now on the motion to table resolutions 21 and 23. As a reminder to General Assembly, any voting delegate may motion at any time to move us out of discussion and debate. Placard 51.
I just wanted to, I guess, voice the fact that we, so Farmingdale State College is one of the ag tech schools here within the SUNY system, and
apologies. General Assembly, please remain silent as another speaker is speaking. You may continue.
Okay, so Farmingdale State College is one of the ag tech schools among SUNY, and we didn't have an ag tech caucus representative for like most of the year, and like already we don't really hear from anyone already, and like we are part of the SUNY systems too. So I think caucus elections are important, while resolutions are also important. It's only going to be tabled for a month. I do feel like kind of iffy about it now and like rethinking it only because of the one that's a little more time sensitive, but I also didn't have time to read them, being that they were sent a little later, so I feel like I can't make an informed decision. So with the end of my whole spiel, I would like to motion that we end discussion and debate.
There's a motion to end discussion and debate on tabling resolutions 21 and 23. Is there a second? Second by 65. All right, General Assembly, I ask for your silence. General Assembly, I ask for your silence. That said, there was a motion to end discussion and debate on the motion to table resolutions 21 to 23. All those in favor? Okay, before we do this vote, just for some context for the General Assembly, it is 11:11. Sorry. It is decorum. It is 11:12 right now. We have to, like I said, be out of here by 11:45. That said, if we table these resolutions and your vote is with the intention of that we will get to representative elections, I want to inform the body that as of right now, I'm not sure about the possibility of us holding representative elections with the time that we have given, considering there's off the floor nominations for most of the representative vacancies or most of the representative positions, and then eligibility and verification and filling out advanced nomination forms also end up taking time as participants or candidates confirm their advanced nomination form. So I just want the body to have that context as we make this, as you make this vote. With that, we are voting right now. We are voting to end discussion and debate on the motion to table resolutions 21 to 23. All those in favor of tabling, all those in favor of ending discussion to table resolution 21 to 23, please say aye. All those opposed, please say nay. All those abstaining, please say aye. The ayes have it. The discussion and debate period is closed. Is there a motion? So now we will be voting on the motion to table resolutions 21 to 23. There's a point of inquiry by Placard 50. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. Placard 50.
I just wanted to ask, because I know it was brought up a lot that about transparency with the resolutions that are passed and stuff like that. So as far as like the meeting that you guys have on May 30th, it's just e-board and committee, or can outside people attend so they can see what is going on as well? Because I feel like that's a big point. So people can see, to their points, people can see that you guys are passing them and are putting them in motion, or trying to put them in motion.
Thank you, Placard 50. I will yield the floor to President Rallis to answer.
Yeah. All of our executive committee meetings are live streamed on YouTube. They are through Zoom, and we can invite sponsors of any resolutions that are coming up to come speak at those meetings.
Thank you, President Rallis. We are now voting on.
I apologize. Just very quick point of inquiry to our president. Though, for clarity, only the committee members would be voting, correct? None of the delegate representatives from our schools, including those who may have sponsored these resolutions, would be able to vote on them. Is that correct? Thank you.
That's right. The executive committee members that were elected by the General Assembly, along with E-Board, are the voting members of the body.
Thank you, President Rallis. That said, we will be now voting on tabling resolution 21 to 23. All those in favor of tabling resolution 21 to 23, please raise your placard high. Please keep them raised till a member of Rules Committee comes and points at you. Again, we're voting on in favor of tabling resolution 21 to 23 to the next executive committee meeting, which is on May 30th, 2026. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I also will encourage the General Assembly to please take your seats and less cross talking and stuff. All those opposed, General Assembly, some silence, please. All those opposed to tabling resolutions 21 to 23 to the next executive committee on May 30th, 2026, please raise your placards high till a member of Rules Committee calls on you. All those abstaining, please raise your placards high. All those abstaining on the motion to table resolutions 21 to 23, please raise your placards high. Yeah, General Assembly, on the motion to table resolutions 21 to 23 in a vote of 32, 17, and 4, the motion fails because we do need a 2/3 for any agenda changes. At this point, I will tell General Assembly we're about 20 minutes from adjournment. We have to entertain a motion to adjourn at 11:45 because we have to be out of the room. That said, we can continue down our resolutions. But we do have a motion from Placard 50.
Just with the time remaining, I would like to motion to adjourn the meeting and all the resolutions to next. And table the resolutions to next EC meeting. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Decorum, decorum, decorum. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. General Assembly, I ask for some silence as we work through this motion. There's a motion on the floor to adjourn the meeting with having remainder of to have resolutions 19 to 23rd be tabled to the EC meeting, to the May EC meeting on May 30th, which will be held virtually. Is there a second? There is a second by 97. Okay. We will be doing a placard vote. All those in favor, General Assembly, since we are in the period of voting right now.
There was not enough.
What is this, a point of inquiry? Is this a point
This
of
is
order?
a request for discussion on the motion. This is a repeat of the same motion
This-
that just
So the
failed.
motion to adjournment does not have discussion and debate. That said, not recognized. Packet 88, you're not recognized.
Motion to table and then adjourn.
This was a motion to adjourn by tabling the remainder of the resolutions. That said, placard 88, you're not recognized right now. We have a second. We will be moving into a period of voting. All those in favor of moving for adjournment and tabling resolutions 19 to 23rd for the May 30th EC meeting, please raise your placards high. General Assembly, I ask that you remain silent during this voting. You raise your placard high consistently till a Rules Committee member calls on you. General Assembly, I ask that this is crucial that you remain silent for this vote.
Is not quiet over there. Let's be quiet for rules, please.
I saw 2 placards on the left just get raised. Did you just raise your placards? Okay, perfect. General Assembly, this is a motion of adjournment. I will ask for your silence. That said, all those opposed to adjourning the meeting and tabling resolutions 19 to 23rd for the May 30th EC meeting, please raise your placards high. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. All those abstaining on the motion to adjourn and table resolutions 19 to 23rd for the May EC meeting, please raise your placards. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. I ask the General Assembly for some silence. In a vote of 44-8-1, the General Assembly of the Student Assembly of the State University of New York stands adjourned at 11:28 p.m.
Please leave your placards on the table. Please leave your placards on the table.
Leave your placards and take your
General
stuff.
Assembly, before you leave, I know we are adjourned. Let's do a round of applause for everybody present in this room who made it through. That said, please leave your placards on the table. Please leave your placards on the table. And take all your belongings with you as you exit the room. Thank you.